Penultimate night here at the Berlin Six-Day. It's going to be massive in Das Velodrome here in Berlin, but the Six-Day series, it kicked off back in October in London and then brings us to the second round here in Berlin. But then we go to Manchester, and after Manchester we finish things off down under in Brisbane for the series final in April. Both Manchester and Brisbane 3-day events. The London and Berlin 6 days, the traditional 6-day formats, very brutal, 6 nights of racing. And wow, it has been action-packed up until this penultimate night. This is what's coming up on the program, the last real chance for the riders to give themselves any real opportunity to be right up there for the final night to go for the overall classification. We will kick things off with the women's sprinters, the second night of racing for them. Emma Hinze, the German sprinter, she dominated yesterday's racing. They'll do the 500-metre, 250-metre flying time trial. And then the first of the Madisons for the night, the 30-minute Madison chase for the elite riders. The big, powerful sprinters will be on the track for their flying lap time trial. Sprints for the ladies, followed by the team elimination, the men's sprints. And then for the first time this week, we'll have the 250-metre Madison time trial. So hand sling, flying lap time trial, quite spectacular and fast. And then today we have the Journey final for the B riders. So the B final, the A final will be on the final night of competition. Both Kierans back-to-back, the men followed by the women. And then we finish things off with the second of the Madison chases. 30 minutes to finish things off here, the 5th night of racing in Berlin. Great atmosphere inside the velodrome. And this is the overall classification for the female sprinters. Emma Hinze, as I mentioned, a hat-trick yesterday. She won all 3 disciplines, so 60 points for her. Leah Friedrich sitting in 2nd place. Then Pauline Grabosch in 3rd. Nikola Sibiak from Poland sits there in 4th. Hetty van der Waal in 5th place. And the multiple world champion Miriam Velter down there in 6th and last place. But that is because she's come out of retirement just to race here in Berlin. So her form is not so good. She's going to have tired legs after a couple of days of racing without any fitness, but it's just great that she's here to have a ride. And I'm joined in commentary as we see Miriam Velter come out onto the track, the former world champion, by Thomas Barbek from the Czech Republic, a veteran of international sprinting, 32-year-old.
Hello everyone. Welcome here this night. I'm Thomas Barbek, one of the sprinters here tonight. My English is, I'm not a native speaker, so please excuse this. But anyways, we have Miriam. We have Miriam Velter on track, which I know for a very long time. As you could hear, my age is similar as hers. And she already retired after a very successful career. So we can see her is, yeah, yesterday, as she said, she didn't have really good legs. She had a pretty perfect everything in her head, but with the legs it was not very perfect, as she said, as she told me this morning. But I think she's going to do pretty good time tonight because she's very motivated, and I think she could get the speed back in her legs. But let's see how many laps she has.
Well, she now has 1 day of training in the legs after last night. Maybe that'll help her.
Yeah, for sure it will help her.
Well, talk us through. She's very experienced and a former world champion in the team sprint. This is her getting herself up to speed. Take us into this transition into the start.
It's looking a little bit faster than yesterday, so I can say it could be around 15 seconds, hopefully under. She's doing a really good black line all the time, which also gives her some bonus time. We can see, okay, it's 15.4, which is a little bit better than yesterday, but still maybe she needs a little bit more in her legs. But yeah, well, we need to say she has nothing to prove here because she is already a very successful rider. So
she's really doing us and the event a favour by coming out of retirement to actually go and put herself through pain to come and race here. So it's just great to have Miriam. And when we get into the races, the sprints and then the Kieran, tactically she still has a good understanding of racing, so maybe can still get a result.
Yeah, I would say she has the best understanding. But
we'll have to wait and see how we go into the round. So the flying 250-metre one-lap time trial is also the qualification for the next race they do, which is the sprint rounds. Faster two riders race off for first and second in the sprints. The next one on the track from the Netherlands, though, this is Hetty van der Waal, and she rode 15.4 seconds last night, the first night of racing for the elite women.
Yeah, she's doing pretty great here, and I must say it's something which is not that well known here, but her nickname is Rakete, because it comes from Hetty. So maybe I didn't pronounce it correctly, Dutch, but it's like a rocket.
You actually made me nervous then when you said her nickname is, and then you paused. I thought, uh-oh, are we going to get in trouble now? So rocket, that's okay.
Yeah, she's rocket. Let's see if she can make it now. But I think this aero position is just perfect. Same as all the Dutch riders. I think they made a really big step, and now they are probably top of the world in track cycling. Yeah, not probably, I think for sure.
Absolutely, for sure. Particularly with the men, the Dutch team is incredibly strong. So much depth. There were so many riders. Of course, 3 riders for the team sprint for the elite men. But for now, it's the rocket. Hetty van der Waal. 1 lap of the track, flat out, 15.4 to beat. She'll need to go faster than she did last night to go quicker than what we see that Miriam Velter has already posted. And we're talking about the black line. Thomas, hugging right down on the bottom.
Yeah, maybe sometimes even a little bit under. And the time is very nice, yeah, actually. But I must say there are some young German women riders which will be pretty fast. I would say about maybe more than 1 second faster, because they are pretty motivated. We went for the breakfast this morning. Actually, it was a brunch, and we had a really nice time, but they ate quite a lot. So I expect they're going to have a lot of power this evening.
Well, if lots of food translates to speed on the velodrome, then maybe I haven't lost it in all these years since I've stopped racing. But
especially with this banking, so if you're pretty heavy and you can just go down, you can use your weight. Maybe that's the secret.
Sprinting down the mine shaft. Third rider to come out, Nicola Sibiak from Poland.
Yeah, probably her first 6 days ever, but she's doing pretty well, as I could see yesterday. She's pretty nice with the crowd and looking pretty relaxed during the races, as you can see now. She seems like a pro 6-day rider, which is pretty nice. But I think now she could go up, because she doesn't have so many laps, and it takes, of course, some energy. Yeah, she's going up now, and let's see what we can expect. But I think it will be somewhere a little bit over 14 seconds.
Well, 14.943 seconds last night, third fastest qualifier, and so she's gone under 15 seconds. If she does that, she'll have the fastest time for now. Only 19. She's been a medalist at the Under-19 World Championships in the last couple of seasons. So part of this next generation, and she'll just, every time we see her come on track, no doubt over the next few months and years, she'll just get faster and faster.
It's pretty solid speed at the moment now. So let's see if she can make it to the finish line. Maybe she didn't lose too much energy now, but it's still looking pretty fast.
Just the style there, out of the saddle. She didn't seem as fluid as some of the other riders.
It was a little bit on the red line, which also it's not perfect for the time, but let's see. She's pretty strong, so.
Well, best time, 15.0 was the time to beat, and 14.79, so a little bit quicker than she did last night, so that's great. She'll be very happy with that. This is what I was talking about, just the rocking of the shoulders. It's more, too much body movement, not enough power right through the pedals.
Yeah, she's pretty young actually, so she still has some time to learn it, but that would definitely help her with her speed if she can transfer all the power she has just into the bike.
Is that core strength, or is it arm strength? What does she think she needs to do there to try and stop that shoulder movement?
Yeah, for sure it must be core strength, but yeah, it needs some time spent on the bike, on a good track, in a good speed, even, I mean, I would say it's more difficult for women when they have to go out the saddle. Like especially a Lithuanian girl, she was trying to learn it for maybe 2 or 3 years. Then she finally learned it, and they had a.
Well, the third last rider to come onto the track. This is Pauline Grabosch, 22-year-old, born in Magdeburg, but she lives now in Erfurt. Has been a part of the national program for a number of years. World champion in the team sprint in 2018, but she was the third rider women's team sprint, 2 riders. So she rode one of the rounds in the team sprint alongside Miriam Welter and Christina Vogel.
As you can see, she's pretty concentrated. Also gaining a lot of speed. I think she uses a big gear tonight, and as you can see as well, she's going out to settle now to try to use her weight. And as we can see, she has a front disc wheel, which could also help with better time. Can give some additional, I would say, 0.1 seconds off the time. So let's see.
Good transition as she came down through the first bend, trying to stay as low as possible. That front wheel really fighting the bike as it tried to drift up through the bend. Will it be the fastest? Absolutely.
Yeah, that's pretty fast, actually. Whoa.
13.6. She rode 13.999 last night, so that's significantly faster.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a pretty big competition tonight, because 2 more girls from Germany are on the start, and they for sure want to beat this time, because this time is already pretty fast. I think some of our guys between sprinters, they need to speed up, including me.
Well, the fastest time last night was Emma Hinze, and that time then from Grabosch was faster than that. So they really will have to step up if they want to get the better of Point. She did come from athletics, had some knee problems as an athlete, and made the transition across to cycling. Started on the road first, realised that she wasn't made for climbing, and became a track sprinter. Leah Friedrich, the next one. She was second fastest last night with a 13.8. She's going to have to do something very special if she wants to be in the hot seat.
These 3 girls from Germany, they are definitely a top world class for the sprint events. So we can see some, I would say, crazy good times tonight, because when I could see how did they warm up tonight, I knew it's going to be very serious.
Started with brunch this afternoon, fueling up to get ready for the warm-up, and now it's Leah Friedrich, 20-year-old. She's been a European champion in the Kirin, the 500-metre time trial as well in the under-23s, World Championship medalist in the under-19s, and now she's up into the elites. Second fastest time last night, but she has a time of 13.614 to beat. And now
That's
coming in.
Looking pretty fast already. She's giving a full gas, full gas. And this girl is from north of Germany, so it's for sure a tough girl. So let's see if she can beat the best time. But it looks pretty fast.
13.614 to beat, and it's slower. So 13.7, faster than she rode last night. But it's just with Paulina Grabosch really throwing the cat amongst the pigeons and stepping up tonight. So second fastest time for Leah. Only 1 rider now to come, and that is the rider that completely dominated last night, Emma Hinze. She did look fast, and she's on the new bike from FES, so the riders that come out on that particular model, that's the bike that's been developed for the Olympic Games.
Yeah, exactly.
So we know they are part of that top core of riders.
And I had the opportunity to try this bike, to sit on it on the rollers. It was actually a bike of Max Levy. He was not very happy that I could try it, but he said in the end yes, so I did, and I must say the bike is just amazing.
You should have just ridden it straight out the door and went home.
Yeah, maybe on the Autobahn I could reach some nice speed on this bike for sure.
Well, the next rider to come on, she was the fastest last night. She'll have to go faster than she did 24 hours ago if she wants to have the quickest time. It's Emma Hinze, and she's been a medalist at the World Championships in the team sprint, bronze medal, alongside Miriam Welter in last year indeed. She's from Hildesheim.
And actually she's pretty experienced. I would say most of these girls in Kirin and sprint with the tactics. So even when she cannot make it tonight, for sure, I believe she's gonna win sprint or Kirin. But as you can see, it looks pretty serious. It's like a World Cup. It's the same, because there is a pretty big competition among these girls.
It's all fighting for positions, particularly amongst the Germans, for positions for the Olympic Games. And now she comes around, really starting to wind things up. She was the dominant sprinter last night. She won all 3 of the disciplines, and now it's Emma Hinze. She has to go quicker than she did last night. 13.614 to beat down the back straight. Still in that aero tuck position, trying to stay as low as possible around the final bend. The shortest way home for Emma Hinze. Is it the fastest? Absolutely is. 13.454. That's quick.
Yeah, I think with our first day, she beat already like 2 guys. That is amazing.
Wow, that is rapid. She did say that she wanted to try and get down into 13.4, even possibly 13.2. So we'll wait to see what she can do tomorrow night. But that puts Pauline Grabosch into second fastest. They will race against each other now in the sprint final later tonight. Emma Hinze up against Pauline Grabosch. So that'll be very interesting, both very fast riders. So she had to do something special to be the quickest.
Yeah, for sure. But as we spoke in the beginning, she ate more than me this morning. So I think that could be the reason. Maybe if I don't do a good time tonight, I go next morning and eat a little bit more, same like she did today. So that was maybe the key, how to make this incredible time, I must say.
13.454, that was the quickest time for Emma Hinze. She'll race against Grabosch. And for third and fourth, Leah will race against Nicola. And then the Rocket, Hetty from the Netherlands, will be racing up against the former world champion in Miriam Velter. That'll be for 5th and 6th place. That'll be the next time we see the sprinters when they come on for those sprint rounds. And then towards the end of the night, they will come out again to race the Kirin. Look of determination on the face of Emma Hinze. She was born 50 kilometres away from the town of Hameln, which is famous for the Ratcatcher story, the Pied Piper. So just down the road, and this is out in front. Emma Hinze with Matt Rendell.
Well done, Emma. You put yourself under pressure last night. You said you wanted to record a 13.5, and Pauline Grabosch put you under pressure as well with a good time, but you came out on top. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, everyone was a little bit faster today, so I thought maybe I can do what I said to you. Yeah, it worked out.
And the crowd here gave you lots of support. It's a wonderful atmosphere tonight.
Yeah, I really love the crowd. They are cheering for us really good.
Emma, well done.
Thanks.
She's on form. She'll be back here in 1 month's time, so 4 weeks until the World Championships. So getting good. What does that mean as well? Because I'm just joined by Thomas Barbek from the Czech Republic. This is the overall classification now for the women. Clearly out in front. 4 races we've had. They've all been won by Emma. Leah Frederick in second place and Pauline Grabosch in third. But the advantage for these sprinters, while they're German, they know the track. They don't get on this track that very often. It's not their training venue. So ahead of the World Championships, it's a good advantage.
That's actually a problem for everybody, even for the Germans, because this track is not open for the training all the time. So most of the Germans, they train in Frankfurt Oder, and which is like 100 kilometers away from here. So this is a great opportunity for everybody who's here, I mean, among riders. That we can try the track and have like nice 6 days, exactly 6 days, on this track before the Worlds, which will be in 1 month. And definitely this girl, I believe, is gonna be standing on the podium in sprint or Kirin.
Well, she still has age on her side. She's only 22. And I know that from Hong Kong is Li Wei-zi, the world champion. She's doing very well. Also Stephanie Morton from Australia, 2 dominant sprinters. But Emma Hinze, perhaps the next of the Germans to come up to challenge them.
Yeah, for sure.
Big year 2020, the Olympic Games as well. We talk about, we can see Emma now just coming through that flying lap time trial. To be on this track, for most people that don't or haven't raced track cycling before, they just think the track's 250 metres, they're all the same. But they're not. There's slightly different shapes, different transitions.
Yeah, exactly. I see you know a lot about it. Yeah, every track feels differently. Like if I can speak about the track in Tokyo, actually it's not in Tokyo, it's in Izu. It's a very specific track with a high and pretty steep banking and very short corners and long straights, which makes the racing and riding on it totally different. It's very different than here, especially with the overtaking. You need to start way earlier because the short corner doesn't allow you to go over that quickly. And sometimes you can get stuck over the opponent, which is the worst feeling you can have during the race. So it's always a big advantage if you can train on the track where it's going to be a big event like Olympics or Worlds here.
And therefore also very good to have experienced coaching staff, you know, alongside to talk you through the different tactics required for the different shaped velodromes. And this is a very different shaped track, as we mentioned, to what we'll see at the Olympic Games. So the qualification for the Olympics this year, they've gone through the World Cups on all the different venues that they've been to. Then they come to the World Championships here in Berlin to qualify the final spots for the Olympic Games. But then the track, as Thomas has just mentioned, very different to this particular one. So the riders that might do well here at the Worlds may not necessarily be the best sprinters in Tokyo.
Yeah, exactly. But that's
He's
why
one of your countrymen?
Yeah, that's my countryman. They won yesterday evening. They were pretty happy because they were chasing the victory all 3 nights before. So they made it.
Well, from one rider from...
Yep. So
we're walking on to the next. We'll look for someone else that we might be able to have a chat with. I know Matt Rendell's down there in the pits, and the riders are getting a little bit nervous, the riders, because they are coming out for the Madison Chase very soon. So they're all trying to warm up. Nobody wants to talk to Matt at the moment. They're all a bit too nervous about the racing still to come. There's Marino de Pauw. You can see him rushing to get himself ready for this first of the Madison Chases. Marino in his final ever 6 days, been around a long time, but he's only 28. So he could have gone for another 5-6 years if he wanted to.
Yeah, as I could speak to him, he said he was pretty tired because he spent a lot of time on the top level racing. And also it was not very sure that he could go for Olympics. So he just simply said, okay, it's easier for me to finish. I don't want to go over this stress anymore. So he's just enjoying races here as he finished his career in Rotterdam and Bremen, and probably will do also in here. Yeah. We were joking that he can maybe do it also the next year with all 6 days.
Well, we're talking about Marino de Pauw. We'll see him come up for the team presentation shortly. We did just see Team 31. That's the Belgian-German combination, Brian Buseya and Moritz Malczarek. And this is the young Polish squad, team number 10, Bartosz Rudik and Damian Slavek. I know they've been having lots of problems, the Polish, with some muscular issues, but not with their legs, backs and arms.
Yeah, because I shared the cabin and same Sonier with them. So they were having some ultrasound therapy yesterday evening because it's actually too much of changing in the Madison here. So it hurts because they're not used to it.
Team number 12, Stephen Hall and Josh Harrison from Australia. They've had a couple of good rides in the smaller races, the individual events, the scratch races, points races and the Derny races. And now Team 23 from Denmark, Arne Bøkkemoser and Anders Finbo. Finbo on the right, and it's Bøkkemoser on the left. So they're in 12th place overall, 10 laps behind. And we'll see how many laps they will be behind to the end of the night. This young team just in the fight to try and get themselves up a little bit in the overall classification, out of contention for the podium, but still fighting against these teams that are further down here. 11th place, 9 laps behind. This is JB Murphy and Mark Potts from Ireland. So no tracks in Ireland, so these riders are based in Mallorca. And Thomas, how about you? There's no tracks in the Czech Republic either, so where do you train?
How do you know that? I thought we are the only country in the world who doesn't have an indoor 250 track, so obviously we're not. But we are also doing a lot of training in Mallorca. We're going to have a training camp there next week, so probably we're going to meet these guys there. But here we have Russian Rocket. As I also remember, I'm really that old, I remember their coach. He used to race when I was racing a couple of years ago. He retired and he's coach already, so maybe it's some nice future ahead of me.
Those are Emilio Cima and Vladislav Kulikov, and this is Richard Banush and Sebastian Schmiedel. So they sit in 9th place, 7 laps behind, 178 points. So they're getting close to the 200-point mark. So every 100 points gained from the Madison riders is a bonus lap that they are given. So they're all fighting to try and get up to 200 points now, most of these teams. The top teams are chasing the 300-point mark, so they're a long way ahead on points. This is a team that did get a bonus lap yesterday by getting over 203 points. And this is Moritz Augenstein and Niels Weisfenning.
As we can see, young Weisfenning, he's a son of organizer of the 6 days racing in Bremen. So he's going to be probably also pretty strong, same as his father, world champion. And he's doing pretty well here. Here we have our Czech Madison. I'm pretty happy I can see them here. They're currently on 7th position, which I'm pretty happy for, because last few years it wasn't that good with them. but they came up with a good performance. And actually these two guys are pretty funny, always pretty relaxed, but here they're going full gas and they're pretty enjoying to be back between top 8, top 7 riders.
Yep, they have certainly been competitive, and they'll be doing whatever they can to try and get ahead of team number 13. This is Matt Bostock and Andy Tennant. Bostock on the left, Tennant on the right. 6 laps down, and another one of those teams that got themselves over 200 points and a bonus lap on the 4th night of competition. So Tennant has been around for quite a while, part of the Team Pursuit squad in Great Britain. There's so much depth of talents coming out of GB. Now, the next team that comes up, team number 2, this is Stephen Bradbury and Chris Latham. Now, Thomas Barbeck, you've got to get yourself ready.
Yeah, because I'm racing in 30 minutes, so it was a nice warm-up here for me.
Yes, yeah. Well, hopefully you can come back up, because your English is great. It's fantastic to have you up here.
It's okay. Thank you for your invitation. So when I do a good time, I will come back here. If not, I will hide somewhere.
That's a promise. Okay, thank you, Thomas.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And good luck. So Thomas Barbeck heads downstairs. And we're up into the final 4 teams. These are the ones that are really fighting for the overall classification. The 2 Andreases, Graf and Muller. They're only 1 lap down, but not too far from getting the 300 points. That'll bring themselves back up onto the lead lap. They sit in 4th place. Very experienced combination. Andreas Muller on the right-hand side. 40 years of age. It's his 20th consecutive start here at the Berlin 6-day. Just getting over 300 points last night to put themselves up onto the lead lap. Wim Strottinger from the Netherlands and Marino de Pauw from Belgium. They sit in 3rd place overall. They are team number 3. And they have been doing just enough and not too much just to keep themselves right there within striking distance. Team number 7 from Denmark. This is the experienced Mark Hester with this absolute teenage sensation. Oliver Wolf Fredriksson. They're in 2nd place overall, 307 points, only just ahead of team number 3. And last night, they really did demonstrate how strong they are. Mark Hester comes off the track, and the rainbow stripes, that indicates the current world champion on the far, and on this side it's the former world champion in the Madison. So Teo Reinhardt on the right-hand side. Team number 1, they lead coming into the 5th night here at the Berlin 6-day. 316 points. They're not that far ahead of the other 3 teams. Morgan Kaniewski, 3 times a World Madison champion. And Teo Reinhardt, he's won the World Madison title the last 2 years. They are the big 4 teams. Incredibly close in terms of where they sit in terms of points. It's only Graf and Muller that are 1 lap behind, but in these first few races, I'm sure they'll be very, very eager to get themselves up over 300 points and back up onto the lead lap. Kaniewski and Reinhardt, they really have been strong. Hester and Wolf, he's been incredibly surprising, the youngster Oliver Wolf from Denmark. Struttinger and Pauw, Graf and Muller. And there is a real race from there on to be the best of the rest. At the moment, it's Bradbury and Latham, but there are 3 teams there sitting 6 laps behind. And all 3, every time there's an attack from team 2, 13 and 7 are straight there after it. So there's races within the race. The top 4 chasing each other, and then the middle of the road teams doing likewise. And as you get further down here, we can see JB Murphy and Mark Potts. I'm sure the young Danes, team number 23, will be doing whatever they can. They've got more points than team 14, so if they can get onto the same lap, they'll leapfrog them, and I'm sure that's a goal of theirs. Second race of the evening, it's the 30-minute Madison chase. 2 30-minute Madisons tonight. Wrapping things up on the Sunday night, the family program yesterday was a 45-minute race. Quite brutal. The race was exploding, 15 minutes further than they've been riding this week. So back to the standard 30 minutes. Marino De Pau just coming up onto the track. Now, team number 4, unfortunately, neutralised for the second night, so that we are one team short coming into this first of the team races. So Henning Bommel will be out for the individual races, but Kirsten Thiele, his teammate, has been under the weather the last couple of days. Been neutralised already one night. He can't be neutralised 2 nights in a row, so he was back racing yesterday. You have to be back on the boards within 24 hours of being neutralised. He raced last night, but is still struggling. So Kirsten Thiele off the track again tonight, and Henning Bommel will go right down the overall classifications because they'll be missing out on the laps taken in these Madisons. The veteran, Andreas Müller. Can he get himself onto the podium? Sits in 4th place alongside Andreas Graf. And we're underway. 30 minutes of racing to come. A couple of intermediate sprints at the very end. This is the 25th race, 34 in total. You can just imagine how difficult it is getting for these riders, how strong you must be, the endurance that it takes to get onto the track so many times. First attack, 1 lap in, and it's 2 teams, 17 and 11. And Thomas Barbeck up here from the Czech Republic, the sprinter. He was happy to see Team 17 doing so well. And this is Lignoski. It was his teammate Rugovac that went on the attack. Quick change over to Lignoski. A couple of other teams have gone straight out after it, including team number 7. That's caused a reaction from team number 3. So Chima and Kulikov. Kulikov in the race at the moment, 55 kilometres per hour, 58 now as they go through the bends. And just backed off the pace a little bit with that first attack being shut down so quickly by team number 3, and that was only because the Danish team number 7 had gone in with it. So the top 4 teams really making sure that they shut each other down whenever they can. There's our 2 riders with the stats on the right-hand side. The changeover, deceleration from Kulikov, and Chima is from Brescia in Italy. So an Italian and Russian combination. But they both ride for the Russian Gazprom team on the road. Nervous first few laps. Penultimate night of racing. While they're focusing on the final night to come and the 1-hour Madison chase to finish things off, they have to also make sure they get through this night without any real disadvantages. Andy Tennant, Chima, team number 11, and that's Augenstein, team number 24. 3 teams on the attack. Stephen Hall sits on the front of the peloton for Australia. Not really too bothered. He swings up, and there might be a little bit of hesitation in the peloton now. It might be an opportunity for this group of 3 to go away. So one of the things to consider now is we see the general classification at the bottom. They are the top 4 teams. The first 3 are on 0 on the lead lap. They've all gone over 300 points. We can see Andreas Müller and Andreas Graf, team 4, they just need to get up to 300 points as well. That'll put them also up onto the lead lap for the general classification. So a big focus from team number 15 to get as many points as they can in these next couple of races. They don't have to win this one. As long as they get over that 300-point mark, they'll keep themselves in the hunt for the overall win. Once again, it's Team 7. We saw them do this yesterday, going in the early moves, and it put the other big teams under a lot of pressure. So once again, Mark Hester and Oliver Wolf trying to put themselves on the front foot. Oliver Wolf now gets across, 63 4Ks an hour it was that he was just pumping out to get across to this breakaway group. So 4 teams now, not quite, about a third of a lap ahead. So So there's been a little bit of pace back on the main field. It's team number 2. They're defending their position in the overall. 5th place is where they sit. So team number 2, they're the ones that are really driving the front of the peloton. Then it's 15 that comes through. It's Andreas Muller, who'll be very thankful for Chris Latham and Stephen Bradbury for doing a little bit of that effort. And that did bring them back close enough for Team 15 just to shut things down a little bit. So several attacks have already gone. None of them have been successful in gaining a lap on the field. These moves from Team 7, that makes the big teams nervous. Just shows they're not going to just wait, roll around, get to the final Madison Chase tomorrow night. They want to put themselves right up there and get some kind of advantage, trying to break that group of 4 that leads in the overall. 15 goes through. Marino de Paul now comes to the front of the peloton. Number 3, it's his retirement race from the 6 days for Marino de Paul. There will be a celebration of sorts, a ceremony before we get underway for the final Madison Chase tomorrow night. Great tradition that they do in the 6 days. And here's Andreas Graf. Very strong in the points race at the World Championships. Andreas Graf, obviously very accomplished in the Madisons here as well. He's the youngster in the combination of Graf and Muller. He's 34 from Vienna. His partner, born in Berlin, lives in Austria. He's 40 years of age, and he's now just come into the race. So I don't see this attack working because Andreas Graf, he's gone on the move, but it was just got past the front of the peloton when he changed to Andreas Muller. So Theo Reinhardt was straight onto the wheel. Matt Bostock on the front, changes to Andy Tennant, team number 13. The British jersey really does stand out in the peloton. Tapau, Wolf, Muller. Morgan Kaniewski sitting in 4th place, the former Madison world champ. Looks comfortable on the bike. He'll be hunting for another world title in another 4 weeks on this velodrome. Any of the riders that are doing the Worlds, as we were mentioning earlier, whether it's the sprints and the tactics you need to work out for the different shaped velodromes, or whether it's the Madison, likewise, where you change on the track, how easy or hard it is to come from behind. Is it better to lead out in sprints? Anyone that's in the field here this week is really getting an advantage tactically over any of the teams that haven't been on this track for some time. Reinhardt comes through. Chris Latham, a tall 25-year-old from Bolton, bronze medalist in the scratch race in the Commonwealth Games in 2018. Double points on the final sprint, 10, 6, 4 and 2. So there has been a pause, a little bit of a flurry of attacks early on, and now it's the Danish team, the second of the 2 Danish teams. They're a fair way down in the overall, team 23, Berkemoser and Finbo. And you can see the taping on the left arm of Berkemoser. Arnie really has struggled a little bit with all the changes. Many of the riders that aren't regulars in the 6-day series seem to have been really struggling with all of the different hand slings. Over a couple of days, they start to fatigue in areas of the body that they didn't know they had. So another attack that hasn't gone anywhere. Almost 10 minutes in. This is the opening Madison Chase of the penultimate night at the Berlin 6-day. 30 minutes in total, almost 10 minutes down, and still no team's been able to gain a lap. Good demonstration of the handling there from the two experienced riders, Marino de Pauw and Wim Strottinger. Strottinger normally rides with Yuri Harvick, so a change of partners here, which can be a little bit challenging at times. You get so used to having a regular partner and how they do their handling. But Marino de Pauw, also very experienced rider, so a couple of Madisons in and they'll be fine. Understand exactly how they do their transition and their slings. Off to be a policeman after the Berlin 6-day finishes. He's already had some training with the police force in Belgium, Marino. So from the professional cycling career into the police force for him. He understood that he was not going to make the national team to ride the Olympic Games, and therefore decided to start a new career. One of the more liked riders within the 6-day peloton. Moritz Augenstein, the next to try and take a lap on the field. He'll be looking for Niels Weisfenning. The last 2 days, Team 32 have had a couple of good Madisons. The 22-year-old from Pforzheim, Augenstein. Here comes the 19-year-old. And you can see from the change, Niels Weisfenning came in, but the peloton was so close that they didn't fully commit to that change. No point in wasting the energy. He'll swing up and get himself out of the way now. Weisfenning, twice the national Madison champion in the under-19s. He's only just turned 19 himself now, and he's up racing against the elites. Very different competition, of course, compared to the under-19 races. Racing against the world Madison champion in Theo Reinhardt, a little bit different to racing against under-19s. So great learning experience for Niels Weisfenning here in Berlin. Speed of the pelotons, 58 to almost 59 kilometres per hour. And as you can see, fairly comfortable at that speed for these riders. Moritz Malczarek swings up from the front of the peloton, the 22-year-old from Berlin. Racing on his home track. They're a long way down, though, in last place in the overall classification. So not the kind of performance that Moritz would have been hoping for in front of a home crowd. This is the most compact we have seen the peloton this far into any of the Madisons this week. 17.5 minutes left to race. And I think we have a very nervous group of riders on the track. This is where they sit in the overall classification, the top left. Still those three teams on the lead lap. No laps taken, of course, as yet here in this opening race. And Team 15 will be doing everything they can to try and get themselves up there, get over the 300-point mark, up onto the lead lap. And the gap to the best of the rest teams, 6 laps down for team number 2. They'll be marking all of those teams that are just around them in the overall classification as well. And when they can, if one of those top 4 teams does go on the attack, there is a bit of a scramble from some of those middle of the classification squads to try and go with them as well. De Pauw, Latham, Rugovac about to change to Lichnowsky. Fidbo from Denmark. And two of the big teams now. There's been a real lull for several minutes. All of the early attacks were shut down. And it's the veteran Andreas Muller, and you can just see those teams that are scrambling to try and go with the top two squads here. So 4th and 2nd in the overall classification. Team 15, Team 7. They've been joined by the riders from the Czech Republic, 17, the Danes, Team 23, and also the British, Team 13. Keeping an eye on things, though, is the Madison World Champion, Taya Reinhardt. So Reinhardt just putting the accelerator down a little bit before he swung up to try and get the peloton themselves to keep the momentum going. And that has shut things down. Fair to say, this is the most nervous I have seen the peloton this week. They're worried about the final day of racing. They know the final Madison chase is over 60 minutes. It's brutal at the end of 6 days of racing. And nobody really want to putting their heads on the chopping block here in this Madison. Noski to Powell in 2nd place. Then it's Muller, Taya Reinhardt, Oliver Wolf in the red colours, team number 7, sitting in 4th. Gone past the halfway mark. No laps have been taken. Very unusual. Andreas Graf just pushing a little bit of pace. And there's the handlebar position of Taya Reinhardt, the world champ, about to make the change. And two very experienced riders. Perfect technique. 34-year-old Mark Hester, black number 7. Team number 7, or the number 7 is the traditional number for the best Danish team. There's his partner, the 19-year-old Oliver Wolf. He has been talked about by so many of the riders this week. Been on the podium at other 6-day events this winter. And for a 19-year-old, that is quite special. He really has been strong here as well. Another move from Andreas Muller. And you can see how Team 3 has gone straight around with them. Also, Team 14 from Ireland. Acceleration from Oliver Wolf to go as well. So a change into Mark Hester. Taya Reinhardt not letting this one get any space whatsoever. So the attacks keep coming, but they are being marked and shut down. 12.5 minutes remain. Wim Strottinger swings up and out of the way. And you can see the gaps towards the back. The speed really has come on. But every one of these attacks has been shut down immediately. Morgan Kanaiski, champion from France, rides for Groupama FDJ. We get some support from road racing. He's won 3 Madison World Championships in the past. Each time was a different partner. Just shows the experience and the consistency of the French champ, Morgan Kanaiski. He changes to Taya Reinhardt, about midway back in the pack. Looks so smooth and comfortable on the bike, Marino Depot. Going into retirement at the age of 28. And a long career ahead of him in the police force. Chima. Josh Harrison sits in 3rd place. That's Brian Busser on the front from Belgium, about to change to his Berlin teammate Moritz Malczarek. Malczarek won a World Cup points race in 2018. So he sits in last place overall. That's the light blue colours of Team 31. Malczarek high on the track, drifting down towards the back of the group now. But to win a World Cup points race, you really do have to be a quality rider. So the position he sits in the overall classification here in Berlin, really not a true indication of how much talent is in those legs of Malczarek. Sebastian Schmiedl. So another move. Three of the teams that are further down in the overall class. Surely someone can break the stranglehold of the peloton. So Tao Reinhardt, a little bit of turn on the pace of the field, swings up, gets out of the way. He's not desperate to try and shut this down because these three teams are a fair way down compared to where he sits and what he's trying to achieve here at Berlin. Lichnowsky, Rugovac now comes in, Schmiedl sits in behind him. And we've switched over to laps, 35 laps to go now. So we're into the sprints. We'll have a sprinter at 30 laps to go, which is for 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. And then the double points on the end, 10, 6, 4 and 2. Emilio Cima, team number 11. About to change to Vladislav Kulikov, 23-year-old. Silver medalist in the National Individual Time Trial Championships. And the gap now finally starting to open up, and it's not so much from the speed of the breakaway, it's the disinterest from the peloton. The top four teams are not showing much interest whatsoever in these three riders in front. Niels Weisvenning swings up. And the next sprint will be coming soon. Come around to get the bell for the first of them. 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. It'll be taken out by one of these three riders. Richard Banush on the bottom. It's Cima that flies around the outside. A bit of a move though. This is perhaps a little bit more significant. Cima picks up the 5 points for team 11. Oliver Wolf goes, or it's Mark Hester, his teammate. He picks up the 1 point, first from the peloton. So the 5, the 3 and the 2, that was mopped up by these three out in front. Team number 11 with the maximum points of 5. Banush and Schmiedl held on for 3. We'll go back and Lichnowsky, team number 17 with the 2 points. And as we saw Mark Hester pop around the outside of the field, 1 point for him. And the field has really picked up the pace a bit. This is Niels Weisvenning that's tried to jump across to those three riders. His father was a World Madison champion. He's only 19, and he has been a dominant force in the junior racing in Madison level here in Germany and in Europe. Very talented young man, and comfortably jumped across to the group of 3 after that sprint. Brian Busser putting a bit of pressure on the peloton. So that's keeping the average speed high. And while this has been the most successful of the breakaway attempts, it looks as if it's about to get shut down again. So this could be the first chase that we've seen this week where we haven't had a lap gain. Still enough time to do it, 24 laps to go. Team 17 have conceded, likewise 11, and it's all back together. Bradby, Hall, team number 12. Berker-Molze, number 23, Dane. Stephen Bradbury changes to the tallest man in the race, 25-year-old from Bolton. It's Chris Latham, World Championship medalist, also bronze medalist in the scratch race at the Commonwealth Games. Riding for England. There he is. Good-looking colour scheme on that bike as well. Bit of a throwback to Eddie Merckx's bikes back in the day. Flick of the elbow from Stephen Hall. And there's a nice little gap that he'll be able to drop down into to fill. JB Murphy, number 14. So they're still sitting close to 57 and 60 kilometres per hour in the field. So reasonable average speed, but just the nervousness of these riders has been extraordinary. Little grimace on JB Murphy's face as he throws to Mark Potts. Very poised, Mark Potts. More of an endurance rider. JB Murphy likes the short stuff, bit of a speedster. Potts, the longer it is, the better it is for him. And it's the Aussies on the attack now. There really has been quite a negative race, or a lull, for quite some time. So it's Josh Harrison. Look over the shoulder to see if anyone's gone with him. They haven't. Not a team that's dangerous for the general classification. So the top 4 teams might not show too much interest. It is Team 15 that's on the front, then it's Team 3, 7 and 1. So all the top teams are sitting right on the front of the peloton. They're strong enough to bring the Aussies back if they want to. But it does seem that they have been focusing on each other. That could be to the advantage of Stephen Hall. You can see the grimace on the face of the Western Australian. 65 kilometres per hour. And this is the biggest gap that we've seen. The top teams are racing each other, and that's to the advantage of team number 12. So Harrison now comes in for Hall. 14 laps to go. There's enough laps remaining for them to get around and go onto the lead lap on their own. Reminder, no laps have been taken so far. This would be the only one. No reaction from the peloton just yet. The look of determination on the South Australian's face. Josh Harrison, national champion. He's been an Oceania champion as well in all of the bunch races. So very crafty rider, as is Stephen Hall. These two guys, they really do know how to race the bunch races. Haven't been able to crack it into the team pursuit squads for Australia, but they're good at this kind of discipline. And they are going to get to the back of the field. Just coming to 10 laps to go. And team number 12 taking advantage of the top 4 teams fighting against each other. So lap taken by team 12. Well done to Stephen Hall and Josh Harrison, picking the moment. So one team on the lead lap. Everyone else for now, with 8 laps to go, will be racing for second place. And that is due to the 4-way battle between the top teams. And we saw so many of these middle-of-the-road teams attack, but it kept getting shut down. And Team 12 just picking the moment. All the top 4 teams were on the front of the group when they attacked, because they weren't interested in Team 12. The advantage went to the Aussies. Double points on the final lap, 10, 6, 4 and 2. Team 12 won't have to worry too much about that. They'll come away with the win. We can call it already because no one's going to be able to gain a lap now with only 5 laps to go. You are looking at your first Madison of the night winners, Stephen Hall and Josh Harrison. And it'll be a fight for second place now. And just saw the red and white colours there of Team 15 drift out of shot. If they finish in the top 4 of this race, they will get a bonus lap with the points they'll put to their tally. Get themselves over 300 points, and that'll bring them onto the lead lap. So just focus on where they finish in this final sprint. Team number 15, that's Andreas Muller. And team 11 gone on the attack now. So 15 will need to chase this down if they want to keep themselves in contention to go up onto the lead lap. Got to get themselves up into the points. This is now the race for second place. They're coming around to get 2 laps to go, and Team 7 have gone out there as well. So a points grab for Team 7, perhaps over the other top-ranked squads. They'll come round to get the bell. Oliver Wool straight over the top. So this is the race for the final sprint. Double points on offer, 10, 6, 4 and 2. But in real terms, it's for second in the Madison chase. That'll be taken out by Team 12, the 2 Aussies. Oliver Wolf, he'll come through to pick up the 10 points. That'll give them the best of the rest. They'll finish second overall. And next to come across the line was team number 1. That'll give them 3rd place. Doesn't matter to Team 12, Josh Harrison. He and his Aussie teammate will come away with the win. So that's Oliver Wolf from Denmark, team number 7, picks up the 10 points. Morgan Kanaiski, second on the line for 6. Then it's Emilio Chima underneath, 4 points for 3rd, and team number 3. So team 15, they finish outside the top 4. So they're going to have to chase some points in these next races if they want to get themselves a bonus lap and up onto the lead lap with the other 3 squads. All the way for the Aussies, though. Team number 12, Josh Harrison and Stephen Hall, snatching a lap right at the end of the chase. The only team to be able to do so, and that scored them the win, the first win that they have had this week in the team events. This is how they did it. They didn't need any points. They were a lap ahead, so they cruised across the line at the end. But it was a bit of a scrap at the finish for 7-11-1. That's how they came across the line. And you can see Team 15 nowhere in the top 10. So they had no chance. They finished 14th. They need to find those extra points. The gap's starting to open up now between the top 3 teams and Team 15. So while Team 15 will chase points in the next few events, Matt Rendell, he can have a chat with Stephen and Josh.
Josh, Stephen, quite rightly congratulating a wonderful opportunistic move in a very, very conservative, cagey Madison with those top 4 teams not letting anything get away. You found your moment and took that lap. Took about six laps to get round. Yeah. That was pretty hard work.
Yeah, early on, definitely no one wanted to let anyone go, so we'll just wait and sit back, just see it playing out, and then, you know, in those dying minutes, yeah, just, well, everyone started to sit up, so I thought I'd go and...
Stephen, you've got to find your own space, haven't you, in this very tight competition at the top of GC, and you two, you keep coming up with wins here and there and finding the opportunities.
Yeah, that was just perfect by Josh. He said in the beginning we'll just wait and we'll be patient, and he picked that perfect moment, and we got a nice clean change. And when we saw they hesitated, we knew we were half a chance, and you know, it just worked together perfectly. The top teams marked each other out, and we thought, well, this is our opportunity, and we went for it.
Very, very smart racing, guys. Well done.
Thank you very much.
I often refer to these two as crafty riders because they may not be the fastest or the strongest, but they get results. They know where to put themselves to go for wins. And we can see some extra points that been added to those top 3 teams for where they finished in that last Madison. Still very close, though, between the top 3 on points. Then there's a gap back to Graf and Muller. 15 points is what they need to put themselves up onto that lead lap. Team number 2 still lead the best of the rest, so 3 teams 6 laps down. Then a couple of teams at 7 laps down, which includes also Niels Weisvenning, team number 32, so the 19-year-old sitting there in 8th place. Chima and Kulikov put in a good ride. They're the first of the teams that are 8 laps behind. They're on 227 points, sitting in 10th. Stephen Hall and Josh Harrison. The extra lap they gained puts them up above JB Murphy and Mark Potts. So Team 12 goes ahead of team number 14, and the other teams towards the bottom, they stay as they were. 23, 4, 10 and 31. Brian Busser and Moritz Malczarek 15 laps behind now for them. Dieter Stein on the left, the race director. He's been doing this role for so many years. He was the race director when I was racing the Berlin 6-day. And still loves the cycling in this part of the world.
Can the camera go a bit lower? Terrible angle.
Powerful sprinters will be the next up onto the track. Max Levy has been the dominant force. He leads the way in the overall ahead of Thomas Barbeck, who was up here doing some commentary with me earlier during the women's sprint qualifying. Anton Hörner, the 19-year-old from Cottbus, sits in third place ahead of the German sprint champion Maximilian Dornbach. So good to see Hörner really putting it to Dornbach. Dornbach at 24 years of age, Hörner at 19. So I'd say Max wants to try and get himself above the teenager. He'll have to put in some big sprints, and he might be able to start with this 250-metre time trial. Nyen Hsing Shea sits in 5th place, and then Isor Albin, the sensation from India. He sits there as the second last of the sprinters, but the first to go, who sits in last place, 7th in the overall classification, is Owen Mullen, still coming back into fitness after a terrible shoulder injury in the London 6-day.
Owen, okay, another lap sprint ahead of you. What's going to happen now?
I don't know, we'll see. Legs are starting to feel tired, so just paid by, see how it goes, give it my best, and that's all I can do, really.
Penultimate day, how are the legs?
Tired, yeah, for sure, tired, but you never know. Might pull something out of the bag, hopefully.
Wonderful atmosphere here. The best of luck to you, Owen.
Thank you very much.
Owen Mullen will be reaching deep into his bag of tricks. Let's see what he comes away with. I mentioned the crash he had at the London 6-day. Shoulder injury, it's kept him off the bike for a long time. And unfortunately for him, that has translated into a lack of speed in these flying lap time trials. Last night was his best one, though. He rode 13.039, and he was the 4th fastest. He'd been consistently 7th, and then last night really did pull one out. So let's see if he can improve on that. 4th fastest last night with a personal best time, and that's all we can ask for. The Irish sprint champion, Owen Mullen. He's 26 years of age. We're on board with Owen, so he's right up to the top of the track. As we saw from the women's sprint qualifiers, he's just dropping down again now. He'll move his way back up to the top. It's all about riding as close to the fence as you possibly can. Maximum height translate to maximum speed. And they dive down from the fence, hit the timing tape, and he's trying to get as close or lower than 13 seconds. 13.039 is the time he rode last night. That was his fastest time. Still looking for some form. Hasn't been able to train much since he damaged his shoulder. But there's still pride, bragging rights. Down the back straight now. You can see as close to the fence as he can possibly be. One lap of the track, 250 metres out of the saddle as the bike wobbles. There's the start. Down to the bottom of the track. You want to try and be as close to the black line as you possibly can through the final bend in particular. A little bit high, as you can see, as he comes into the finishing straight. And 13.118, slightly slower than last night. Maximum speed from Owen Mullen. See through that final bend, just drifting up a little bit towards the red line. Needs to try and hug that final bend a little bit more, get down to the black. Esau Albin, 18-year-old from India. 3 medals at the Junior World Championships last year. One of them was gold in the team sprint. That's the first time an Indian cyclist has won, or a combination, 3 riders in that team sprint. First time they'd won a gold medal at a World Championships in elite cycling. He's based in New Delhi. They train on the track that was built for the Commonwealth Games in 2010. He was only a kid back then. I guess he's only a kid still now, 18. He really has been impressive this week, though. His personal best this week, 12.991. So he's been under 13 seconds. Can he do it again? Esau Albin. He looks the part. He's a pocket rocket. World champion, picked up a silver and a bronze medal as well at the Under-19 Worlds last year. And it's the best time, 12.990. So that is a personal best for him. Only just 1,000th of a second faster than what he had ridden before. He's going in the right direction, getting quicker. And through that final bend, you can just compare the line taken by Albin to Owen Mullen. Just a little bit lower on the track. That translates to speed, 12.990. New best time for Esau Albin. Number 5. He won the Kieran on the opening night. That was a surprise. But he is fast. He's from Taiwan. He's 21. He's Nyeon Sing Shea. His nickname is Momo. And he is based in Germany, just down the road from Berlin in Cottbus. He has the Taiwanese flying 200-metre record at 9.9 seconds. That's quick. Anything under 10 seconds is very rapid indeed. It's a little bit longer here tonight, though. Lap of the track here is 250. He has a best time of 12.879. They don't have any tracks in Taiwan. So he went across to China, identified as someone with some pure sprint talent, went to Switzerland, to the International Cycling Union's headquarters, as part of a training group there, and it really has been to his advantage. First Taiwanese sprinter on the international scene, and Momo trying to go faster than 12.990, and he comfortably has 12.734. That's a personal best for him as well. So getting better as we go deeper into this 6-day competition. Not showing any signs of fatigue, Momo. So smooth. Really does look like a rider with a lot more experience than he actually has. So we'll see a lot more improvement from him over the next couple of seasons. Yin Xingxie, Momo from Taiwan. Another teenager comes onto the track. Anton Tony Huna. He's 19. Under 23 European champion at the moment. Won that title last year. It was a 1,000-metre time trial. This one's a little bit shorter than that. Qualified well last night as well, on the 4th night. 12.831. He needs to go quicker than that to get the better of Momo. Starting to wind up now, down the back straight. Anton Huna. Really starting to fight the bike. One lap of the track, didn't get out of the saddle. Just maximum speed, seated down the back straight. 12.73 to beat. He'll have to go faster than he has all week. And he doesn't quite get there. Second best, 12.798. So choosing to stay seated during the wind-up. You see that quite a bit now. They're not all jumping out of the seat. Trying to stay as aerodynamic as possible as well. Keep those elbows in a little bit. And second fastest time. Still 3 riders to come. So I don't think we'll see Anton Huna in the sprint final. The top 2 fastest times will race against each other for the win. Tomáš Bábek from the Czech Republic. He's 32. He broke the track record at the Bremen 6-day last week. Fastest time that he's been able to do here in Berlin is 12.75. Let's see what Superman can do tonight. Stretching the legs out of the saddle as he goes down through the start-finish line. Half a lap to go now. Starting to wind things up. Using the transitions of the track to get a little bit of extra speed as he comes into the bends. And then bouncing out of the saddle, Tomáš Bábek from Prague in the Czech Republic. A track record in Bremen. And the Bremen track, it's only 166 metres around. This one's a little bit longer at 250. You have to fight to hold on to that speed. And it is the fastest time. New best time for Tomáš Bábek, 12.686. And it's a personal best for him. Fastest of everyone so far. Superman goes to the top. Almost touching the fence then, as he was out of the saddle, starting the transition down to the bottom of the track. Just judging the angle right. Maximum elevation. Super fast from Superman, Tomáš Bábek. So 12.689. Fantastic time from Tomáš. Momo sits in second. Good ride from the Taiwanese rider. So personal best times coming from these riders so far. And a disappointing 4th day of racing for Maximilian Dornbach. He's the German sprint champion. And he was a little bit off form last night. He needs to come back and show just how good he is. has ridden 12.6 this week. Last night he came out with a shocker, 13.2 seconds. It was in the afternoon program, full house with the families in. Plenty of kids here. Colder conditions didn't suit Max Dornbach very well. So looking for some redemption here. Pure speed. Dornbach, the sprint champion for Germany. He's won that the last 2 years. Time to beat is 12.689. He'll have to ride a personal best if he wants to be in that sprint final later tonight. Dornbach is underway. 12.686 to beat as he goes down the back straight, the German sprint champ. Almost 75 kilometres per hour through the bend, and you can see the effort that he's putting in. An identical time, 12.686. So wow, 2 times identical, Dornbach and Barbeck. It could have been that aero helmet. You can see the effort, the grimace on the face, the narrow handlebars that the sprinters use, more aerodynamic. And a throw to the line, nice lunge. Well, that leaves only one rider to come, but Barbeck and Dornbach tied on 12.686. And this is the man that has been the dominant force in sprinting here at the Berlin Sixday. He is from Berlin. He lives 500 metres down the road. As a kid, he came to the Berlin Sixday to be inspired to become a cyclist. And we're in Levy's backyard. It's Ironman Max. Can he get the better of Superman Barbeck? We know Max has the speed. His fastest time this week is 12.222. So he has 0.4 of a second more speed than the best time that we've seen today. And let's see how those aging legs can handle the 5th night of racing. Out of the saddle down the back straight for Max Levy. 4 times a world champion. 3 of those were in the team sprint. Once in the Kieran, he's been a medalist at the Olympic Games as well, but he's on his home track. He has the support from his home fans. Big, powerful Ironman Max down the back straight, 12.686 to beat. We know he is capable of that. Can he get there? Of course he can. 12.414. The Berlin crowd, they love their man. Rock solid, Ironman Max. Core strength of this powerful sprinter. Hardly any upper body movement, putting all the power through the pedals to generate forward momentum. So 12.4, that's good enough for the win. Maximum points for Max Levy. So we will have to wait to see how the officials have calculated that Barbeck will be racing against Levy, both at the same time. So I'll wait for confirmations to see who it is exactly that will race against Ironman Max. Hopefully it's Superman versus Ironman. We'll wait to see. But Dornbach and Barbeck, equal times of 12.686. And Nensing Shea, Momo, 4th fastest for him. So he could be racing against the German sprint champion. We'll wait to see. Now then Anton Hune, Esau Albin and Owen Mullen. They'll race as we have seen all week. The 3-up sprint in the end for 5th place.
Well, Max, great time, 12.414. Not your fastest of the week, but pretty satisfying anyway.
It's the same like Friday night, and tomorrow comes another Saturday. So yeah, pretty good. For the 5th day, I think it's a pretty good time.
Now then, you've got two riders on exactly the same time to the thousandth of a second. I can't remember that ever happening before. Which of them do you want to take on in the final, Max?
I take both of them.
I love it, Max. Well done.
Bit of confidence coming from Ironman Max. Doesn't care who he races. He'll race both of them. So in the overall classification, Max Levy, as he has been all week, dominant on top. Hasn't had it all his own way, but he's just been by far the most consistent. Barbeck, then Dornbach, and Anton Hörner is in a real German battle with Max Dornbach. Both tied on 155 points. Yen Sing Shade from Taiwan, he's on 110 points, sitting there in 5th. So Albin is close enough to jump over the top of Momo. We'll have to wait and see how that goes through the rest of the night. Owen Mullen, he's a fair way down, coming back from injury. He sits in 7th place, the Irish sprint champ. Certainly is revered here in Berlin. The local lad, 4 times a world champion. And we can see the mascot for the World Championships coming up to get the photo opportunity as well. That's here in Berlin in 4 weeks' time. The first World Championships held on this velodrome, 1999. It was the qualification for the Sydney 2000 Olympics. Fast forward to 2020, and the World Championships yet again here in Berlin as the qualification for the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games later this year. Rock solid on the bike. Just so powerful. He's a big unit, Max Levy. And that aero helmet just perfectly positioned for the airflow over the back. Fantastic bike built for the 2020 Games. No front disc wheel for him either, so using the 5-spoke carbon wheel, not the full solid disc. Probably another little bit of power and speed if he was to change the front wheel. He's a man on form, 4 weeks out from the World Champs. Can he win another one? He's won 4 titles before. He'll be fighting for a 5th. So we're not too far from seeing the women's sprinters come on for their sprint races. In the overall classification, Emma Hinze, the 22-year-old, sits on top. She's won all of the races so far. And she'll race against Leah Friedrich. 57 points she's on. Pauline Grabosch, she'll race against Nicola Sibiak. And Hetty van der Waal sitting there in 5th place. Miriam Velter coming out of retirement. She's sitting there in 6th in the overall classification. So this is how they'll roll out for the sprints. First one we'll see Velter and van der Waal racing for 5th and 6th. Friedrich up against Sibiak for 3rd and 4th. And the all-German final between Emma Hinze and Pauline Grabosch. Both those riders have been World Championship medalists in the team sprint. And with the retirement of the 2 previous top-level Germans, Katharina Vogel and also Miriam Velter, it's Hinze and Grabosch that are really fighting for the top positions for Germany at World Championships and Olympic Games level. To the delight of the public here in Berlin, their local lad, Max Levy, a lap of honour, and perhaps one of the smaller bouquets of flowers I've seen for a while. Nice treat for one of the girls in the back straight. Perhaps the next sprinter to come from this incredible nation of track riders, Germany. first of the women's sprint races. This will be for 5th and 6th place. You can see the rainbow bands around the shorts of Miriam Velter. 6 times a world champ. Moving on to her next career, though. So she's been off the bike for, I think it's 4 months now. She hasn't been training. Came out of retirement just to come and have some fun here and feel some pain in those legs again. One more time for Miriam Velter. And she'll be racing against Hetty the Rocket van der Waal, a 21-year-old from the Netherlands, European champion back in 2017 in the under-23s. That was in the Kirin. And a world championship medalist in the under-19s the last couple of seasons. So we'll get the first of these races underway, and hopefully he has been able to catch his breath, because Max Dornbach, who's just come off the track from doing a flying lap time trial, is perfectly timed to come up and talk through these sprints. So we've got Hetty versus Miriam. Have you recovered from your flying lap?
Yes, I'm a little bit tired. Yes, I'm a little bit tired, but yeah, for this commentation, it's 6 days. It's no problem.
Now we're looking at the body language of Hetty van der Waal, and
yeah, I think Hetty are a fast sprinter, and Miriam, I think Miriam make it very not so fast. Yeah, he have a good standing start.
Miriam, as the first rider in the team sprint over the years, meaning that she is very good from a slow start,
yes,
and great with the acceleration, plus the fact she hasn't been training. She doesn't want to do a long sprint.
No, the last 6 months he has a little break from his season, and yeah, a little sprint, a long sprint is not so good for her legs.
It's hard when you haven't been training, but she is very good from a slow start. That was her specialty in the team sprint as the first rider. So we'll be looking to do a slow sprint,
and
a short sprint. And what about this? Let's see how we go. Tactically?
Yeah, I think he will start from the second position, and but Hetty make this very good, and Miriam too.
Good skills from the ladies.
Yes, of course.
So this is Miriam Velter wanting Hetty van der Waal to go to the lead position, which is what she's done. So she's achieved her goal, wants to be from second position, feels that that's to her advantage.
Yeah, I think he make some speed with a good gap. And,
Well, Hetty van der Waal in front in the pink colours. It's Miriam Velter, the 6 times former world champion, high on the track. They'll come around to get 1 lap to go. This is going to be a short sprint.
Now they're going fast. And Hetty, yeah. The eyes from Hetty was closed.
So Hetty van der Waal closed her eyes at the wrong time. Miriam Velter pounced underneath, and she hasn't been training. She's come out of retirement just for our benefit. So great to have the 6-time world champion here, and a smart move from her to get the win over Hetty van der Waal. So the Rocket had her eyes closed, and the superstar, 6-time world champ, comes away with a win.
Yeah, this was a good tactical move from Miriam.
Smart move for sure. Dives down underneath, and then Hetty, you just see as the head turned. Oops, a little bit too late. The gap had already opened, and there was no coming back from there. Now, you would have spent a lot of time training with Miriam over the years.
Yes.
What's she like as a person? What's her character like?
Yeah, he's a lot of funny and talk to everybody in the team. And yeah, with his with his years, yeah, he can do a little bit tactic to the girls and so on. Yeah.
She's 33. She's now a full-time policewoman, and she was an Olympic gold medalist back in 2012 in the team sprint. So great to have her back on the boards here just for one final fling. On the left-hand side, the light blue colours, that's Nikola Sibiak, 19-year-old from Poland, medalist in the Under-19 World Championships a couple of seasons ago. So a young rider coming through from Poland. A little bit more development over the next couple of years. And this is Leah Friedrich, 20-year-old, European champion in the Kieran and the 500-metre time trial in the Under-23s. So on paper, perhaps thinking Leah is the favourite.
Yeah, I think on the paper, Leah's the favourite, but in the first heat we see a little bit tactic move from Miriam, and I think the Polish rider can do this. Yeah.
So pure speed, it's Leah Friedrich that is the faster of the two, but as we saw, it's tactics when it comes to the two-up sprints. It's Maximilian Dornbach that is joining me in commentary, straight from doing his own lap time trial. Not out of breath at all. So good English, good recovery. You're doing pretty well, Max, to come up here, and we can see just the tactics. What's going through the minds of these two riders now?
Yeah, I think Leah go on the back straight at the top and push the Polish rider on the first position. Yeah, he will drive a little long sprint with so much speed.
Well, we saw Leah struggling a little bit at low speed through the bend. Now they're starting to pick it up a little bit. They're high up on the track. This is Sibiak on the front from Poland, the teenager, up against the faster of the two riders, Leah Friedrich, coming from second position. The gap is opening up. You can see Leah going high on the track there as well, just to get a little bit more elevation, some more acceleration as they come down the back straight. Sibiak from Poland, look over the shoulders. You can see Leah Friedrich coming towards her, and it's Friedrich motoring up around the outside, and she does get there. Oh, it's a bit of a slow motion sprint in the end. It didn't look as if she was going to come around, but Leah, faster. On paper, she looked quicker, and on the track, definitely also.
Yeah, the gap was big, but in the last corner, he closed this very fast. And yeah, it was a close finish, but they make a good move.
So tactically, Sibiak didn't do anything wrong. It was just the extra speed of Leah.
No, the Polish rider didn't wrong this heat, but Leah is yeah, the fastest girl in this heat.
She's the fastest girl in this heat. That gives her third place points in the overall sprint classification. So Leah Friedrich, great ride for third place, getting over the top of Nikola Sibiak. Now, this is the race for first and second, though. The fastest two riders. And on the left-hand side is Emma Hinze, the fastest qualifier. She's won all of the sprint races so far. 3 last night and 1 this morning. And next to her is Paulina Grabosch. Both these riders have been World Championship medalists. And Maximilian Dornbach, you have a special interest in this particular race.
Yes, Emma Hinze is my girlfriend. And I talked to her with a little bit tactic. And yeah, now we can see this heat.
So when you watch your girlfriend race, how's the feeling? You get nervous for her, or what are you feeling now?
Yes, I'm very nervous when I see this race on the track, and yeah.
Grabosch rolls off first. Born in Magdeburg, she lives in Erfurt. And Emma Hinze is from Hildesheim, which is near Hanover, which I said earlier is it's only 50 kilometres from Hamel, which is the story of the Pied Piper. Comes from the town of Hamel, the rat catcher. And at the moment, Emma Hinze, she's looking to catch Pauline Grabosch. Pink jersey in second position. Grabosch, the taller of the two riders, but both World Championship medals at the elite level. It's just that Emma Hinze in second position has been the faster of the two and quite happy to go to the front. Tactically, where do you think she's better suited, first or second position?
I think Emma go on the top in the first position, and they make a long sprint and speed up now. Yeah, and Pauline yeah, make some tactical moves, and we see a lot of concentration in this heat.
Both looking to race the World Championships here on this velodrome in 4 weeks' time. So great to get some sprint racing on the very track that they will be coming out to race for rainbow jerseys on. Emma Hinze on the front. Paulina Grabosch in second position, and Grabosch has gone down underneath, so a little bit of lack of concentration for Emma Hinze. Emma in second position with all the work to do as Grabosch motors down the back straight. We know Hinze is the faster of the two, and she's coming back up around the outside. It'll be a fight to the line, and she won't get there though. Paulina Grabosch with that sneaky move underneath before the bell lap. Held on to get the win, so an upset of sorts in the final of the sprints. Grabosch gets the win over Hinze.
Yeah, I think the sneaky move from Pauline was good. And yeah, here we can see this move. Emma looks down and see this. But yeah, Pauline on the black line, and she leads this gap.
And she's a good time troller, so once she got out in front, bit of fresh air, motored around to get the win. I think Emma looked to the left just as she'd gone, but the gap had already been filled. And Grabosch down through underneath. Hinze.
Oh, that's the long way on the red line. It was a close finish.
So the first time that Emma Hinze has been beaten, number one to Paulina Grabosch. So this is the fifth of the sprint races that we've had so far over the first 2 days of competition. And Emma has won 4, now Pauline with 1 win. So Hinze still leads in the overall classification comfortably, but it just shows that there is a lot of competition amongst the sprinters. It's an Olympic year, there's so much at stake. Grabosch over Hinze ahead of Friedrich, so 1, 2, 3 for Germany. It does show there's lots of depth, as always, with the sprinters here in Germany.
Yeah, it's nice to see this on the 1, 2, 3 position. The German girls.
It's good for you to see it, but all the other countries are thinking, well, we don't like that too much.
Yes.
So both these riders looking to ride the World Championships. They'll be up against Li Wei-zi, the current world sprint champion from Hong Kong, and also Stephanie Morton, the Australian sprinter. And our winner, Pauline Grabosch. Great victory from her, and Matt will have a chat with her.
Paulina, congratulations. Emma put you under a lot of pressure with a really fast sprint time. She seemed to have the speed. You had the brains in this one and pulled it off.
Yeah, I'm the starter in the team sprint, so my only chance was to do a few hard steps. And I guess it was a good time for me as well. But in the end, you have to win it.
And we saw you before the 250-meter laps, the qualifying rounds, really warming up the crowd, playing to them. That seemed to have been a big motivation.
Sure, it's World Championships track. I'm sorry. So I like the atmosphere. The music was good. So I really enjoy to have some really fast 250 meters, and hopefully in 4 weeks it's going to be the same.
Fantastic, Paulina Grabosch, well done.
Thanks.
So Maximilian Dornbach did his flying lap time trial. You came quickly up here to do the commentary. You weren't out of breath at all. Paulina seems to be almost unfit. It was such a big effort though. Take us through this. This is that last lap, and we saw how she jumped down underneath, and your girlfriend, Emma Hinze, was caught by surprise.
Yes, I think it was not the best hit from her, but at the end he closed the gap very good. But it was the long line on the red line, and yeah, I think her legs are a little bit tired, and yeah, now it's the second place, but in the overall, yeah, he has the lead.
And they're all in heavy training because it is only 4 weeks to the World Championship, so they haven't backed off the training just for the 6-day competition. They really do need to focus on the World Championships and, of course, the Olympics later on this year. Now, I know you've got to get back down to get yourself ready before we have the next racing. How is the training preparation going for the Tokyo Olympics in particular for the German team?
Yeah, we make the next week a little break, and then we go to Frankfurt Oder and make some training there. And end of the next month we have the World Championships here, and yeah, we do condition training in Mallorca, and yeah, I think these are the preparation for the Olympic Games, and then a little bit speed, a little bit tactic, and yeah.
And just on the right-hand side, doing the presentation is Olaf Ludwig. So Olympic road race champion in 1988 and a real superstar of German cycling. So the overall classification, just to recap, Emma Hinze still up on top, but the first time that we've seen her get beaten in these first 2 days for the sprinters. Paulina Grabosch in second place, Leah Friedrich sitting in third. So the three Germans, first, second and third, ahead of Sibiak, Van der Waal and Miriam Velter, the former world champ, who's doing us a favour by turning up and really hurting her legs, that's for sure. It's so hard after six months of no training to come and race here. So the presentation happening on the track there, it's Olaf Ludwig, as I mentioned, the Olympic road champion. And a very big name in terms of German cycling from yesteryear. So good to see a champion like Olaf Ludwig here.
Yes, it's good to see this, yeah, so much people here. Yeah, it's nice to see.
Yep. So great atmosphere inside the velodrome. It is the penultimate day of racing at the Berlin 6-day. One big final night to come tomorrow. And we will finish off with the 60-minute Madison chase. Yes, officer, on your way. Next year, maybe that's Miriam Velter coming through in the police uniform, just shuffling the crowd along and making sure everyone's in order. So we can hear the whistles. They brought the whistles in, might have been around 2002 or 3, when Robert Bartko was the big star in the 6-day series for the Germans. And the idea was for the spectators to whistle for their favourite rider when they did something special on the track. And it was pretty much every time Robert Bartko came onto the boards, 5,000 people started blowing these whistles, and I quickly thought it was a bad idea.
No, I think it's not a bad idea.
So loud when there was so much support for that one particular rider in Robert Bartko, long retired, the former Olympic individual pursuit champion. And Matt Randall's down in the centre with one of the superstars of the 6-day.
Oliver, well, it was a very conservative Madison. You and Mark tried to get away on a number of occasions, but teams 1, 3, 15 were having nothing of it. So came down to the final sprint, some valuable points, but still everything to do.
Yeah, it was a bit boring.
I didn't like to say that.
No, but yeah, it was like there are only 2 days left of this 6 days, so like for sure the top teams are watching each other, and they don't really leave much space to get away and get an advantage before tomorrow. So I think that's what happened in the last chase, and then it ended in a sprint where, of course, Mark and I have good chances.
I must say that after 5 days, you're still looking pretty fresh. How do you feel?
I'm feeling great. Yeah. Hopefully we will have a good time trial also later today. But yeah, I feel like the legs are all right, and Mark says the same. So it looks to be good to final days.
Fantastic fighting talk. Well done, Oliver. Good luck for the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Racing beyond his year, Oliver Wolf. He's only 19, but I tell you what, there is so much respect being given to that young Danish rider. He's incredibly fast and is showing over so many days how strong he is as well. He will fight for that overall victory. So Mark Hester, the experienced partner of Oliver Wolf, guiding the youngster perhaps to a victory here at the Berlin 6-day. A podium position, that's probable. A win, no, it's certainly possible. After 4 days of incredible racing, we now reach the penultimate day here in Berlin for the Berlin Six Day. Madison riders, the sprinters, both elite women and men, will be back out on track one final night before we get into the big push. We'll finish things off here in Berlin for Tuesday, the final day of racing. Team number one certainly right up on the pointy end of the competition. It's a big crowd in here once again at Velodrome in Berlin, and has been a fantastic atmosphere throughout the week. They really do love their sport in this part of Germany. Hello and welcome. We are here in Berlin at the Velodrome here for the six-day cycle race. It's the second round of the International Six-Day Series, and I'm joined by Anton Höhne, which is the up-and-coming superstar of German cycling. Only 19, so very young. But Anton, how have you been enjoying racing here in Berlin?
Yeah, it's amazing to be here. The crowd's really loud, and it's really funny to be cycling here in Berlin. And yes, it's amazing. It's amazing to driving here.
Now, you had a win in the Kirin race a couple of nights ago, so that was great, considering the riders that are here, Max Levy in particular, and also the rider from the Czech Republic, very experienced. But you must have been so happy to get a victory in a Kirin.
Yeah, I'm really happy because I go for the win. I'm on the back wheel from Max and Max. I know the two guys are really fast, and I follow them, and then we can go on top on Max Levy, and then I can go on top of Maximilian Dornbach, and then at the finish line I know I win, and I'm so happy to win here in Berlin. The crowd are standing, and yeah, it was amazing.
Well, you're part of this next generation of German sprinters that are coming through. You come from Cottbus, which has an incredible heritage of sprinters, both Leipzig, Cottbus, and also Berlin. So there's so much to learn from the previous generation of German stars. What do the two Maxes, Dornbach and Levy, give to you in terms of experience and knowledge?
They give me a lot. I see many races of these two riders, and any race I see, you can learn. You can learn if he's driving. When he loses, you can learn more than if they can win, because if they lose, maybe they do anything right, but the other ones are stronger, and for that reason, I learn more from the lose, not from the win.
Oh, going by that, when I was a cyclist, then I must have been incredibly experienced because I lost a lot. So I should have been able to learn a lot from all of those losses that I had back in the day. How good is the atmosphere? You enjoy racing here in Berlin. I said that you are from Cottbus, but this is such a fantastic venue.
Yeah, it's like a home play when you're cycling in Berlin, like a Cottbus guy. And for that reason, it's not hard here. The crowd standing in back of me.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, good luck for this penultimate night of racing for you. Still another one to come tomorrow. And also, as you go forward and progress towards the Under-23 European Championships and everything for the rest of this year. So good luck, and hopefully you have a fantastic race tonight and the rest of the season. Now, Matt Rendell's been doing a great job chatting to all of the other cyclists. So before we get into all the action on the track, let's have a chat with Matt.
Well, thank you very much, Scott. Yes, here with one of the great protagonists of this 6 days so far, Team 15, Andreas Muller, Andreas Graf. You're in 4th place, 1 lap down, but you're just 15 points away from a bonus lap, and that's going to be a trampoline to boost you up, and you're riding really aggressively in that opening Madison.
Yeah, so we tried everything, and normally, or for sure, we get 15 points, which we need today, so then we're in the same lap. And actually just hoping a little bit that the first 3 teams battle each other, and hopefully we can be the profit and bonus from that.
Absolutely, you're kind of the joker team, because 1, 3 and 7, they're looking at each other very closely. I wonder if something might just open up for you, Andreas.
It's like a snake in a desert. We are covered with sand, waiting when the nutrition is really close, and then tack, we are there. And maybe it's enough for tomorrow.
And you had the strength and the speed during the opening Madison tonight to attack from the front. You opened up a bit of a gap, but immediately 1, 3 and 7 are on your wheel. They're looking closely at you. How are you going to find the way to get away?
Yeah, obviously, yeah, that's just bike racing. Someone tries to attack, and yeah, of course, they try to close a gap. That's cycling. And yeah, so just up to us to make a bigger gap.
Wonderful. And you're being watched by your wife and your baby daughter, Andreas Graf. They've come here to watch you race. What's it like to race in this wonderful cathedral of cycling, but also with your little baby and your wife watching?
Yeah, it's really great to race here, especially when I know that these two are watching. For Anna, it's the first 6-day race, and I think it's got no better place in the world to enjoy her first experience here.
And Andreas, as far as you're concerned, you've been in Australia for a good month of training in the heat, and that's partly the explanation why you've got such great legs.
Yeah, for sure. So it was actually more than 1 month hard training. Only thanks to the guys which trained with me there. And yeah, so we did good training, good criteriums in Melbourne, and yeah, obviously it paid off.
Well, both of you, you're bringing a great show. Fingers crossed that you can pull out a surprise and take this 6 days of Berlin. Well done, guys.
Like snakes in the sand, waiting to pounce. Well, we'll wait to see what happens. Team 15 just keeping themselves nice and close in contention. And with that 60-minute final Madison chase to finish things off tomorrow night, well, wait and see. So Kanajski and Theo Reinhardt out in front, but only 4 points ahead of Mark Hester and Oliver Wolf. Strottinger and De Pauw. As we've seen, those top 3 teams locked on the lead lap, and no doubt pretty soon they will be joined by the snakes in the sand. Graf and Muller, they'll come up onto the lead lap pretty soon. Bradbury and Latham, 5th place overall, and there's the 2 British teams there, so a little bit of a bragging rights battle between them. They're close on points, 243 to 231. They are both on 6 laps down, as is Rukavec and Lichnowsky. Stephen Hall and Josh Harrison, we saw them jump ahead of JB Murphy and Mark Potts in the opening Madison chase. Arnie Berkemolze and Finbo Bommel and Thiele neutralised tonight, so Hemming Bommel won't be riding in the team events. And likewise, team number 10, they're having some physical problems as well. Damian Slavik, unfortunately, having some pain in his back and shoulder, so they won't be racing in the team sprint tonight, the team events tonight either. Ironman Max leads the way ahead of Superman Thomas Barbeck, and it's a comfortable points lead for Max Levy. It'll be a challenge for anyone to try and get over the top of Max Levy. They'll have their sprint matches coming up soon, and then they'll have the Kirin later on tonight. We had Maximilian Dornbach up here just chatting through the women's sprints. He's the boyfriend of Emma Hinze, so extra nerves as he was watching his girlfriend race and get beaten by Pauline Grabosch. So Emma Hinze finally getting beaten by someone in the competition. Grabosch in 2nd place, then Leah Friedrich in 3rd. So the Germans 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Nikola Sibiak is the best of the rest from Poland, the youngster, she's only 19. And then Hetty the Rocket van der Waal in 5th place ahead of the former world champion in Miriam Velter. That's the general classification for the women's sprinters. We'll see them again racing in the Kirin. It's back-to-back Kirins, the women and then the men later on tonight before the final Madison chase. Inside the velodrome's the place to be. They love their beers here in Berlin. And they certainly do love their racing. So it's a Monday night in Berlin, the penultimate night of racing. The atmosphere, as it has been all week, has been amazing. So great to get. It's challenging to get big crowds on the Monday nights, the penultimate night of racing, but they certainly have come out. It's the 109th edition of the Berlin 6-Day, one of the most traditional events on the calendar, and this is the 2nd round of the International 6-Day Series. Penultimate night of racing here in Berlin at the 6-day. We've seen some incredible sprint action. Emma Hinze has been the dominant sprinter, but she was beaten in the early sprints. Max Levy, he's been the most powerful of the men. Ironman Max. We'll see more of him as we get deeper into the racing later tonight. Pauline Grabosch, the only rider so far to beat Emma Hinze. She's number one so far. Still some more work to do. Looking forward to a fantastic evening of racing here. This is what's still to come. We're up to the team elimination, one of the most challenging events on the calendar. And then the sprint finals for the elite men. We've seen the elite women do their races already. And then for the first time this week, the 6-day riders will be doing their one-lap time trial. It's a Madison with the hand sling, super fast. Let's see who the quickest riders are from the endurance athletes. We'll have two big Derny finals. Tonight, it's the B final. Tomorrow, we'll see the riders that have amassed the most points race for the A Derny final. They've been racing over 40 laps so far. This time, it's going to be 60, that little bit extra. Kieran's back-to-back. The elite men, followed by the elite women. Looking forward to all of those riders on the track, the fastest sprinters. And then after the Kieran's, we'll finish off with the 30-minute Madison Chase. We've already had one 30-minute race to kick things off today, and we'll finish off as we have been. Top and tail with the Madisons. In the opening Madison, no laps were taken until right the very end, and 10 laps to go, while the big four teams were chasing each other down all the time. It was Team 12 that took the advantage. Stephen Hall and Joshua Harrison did a great job. They took a lap on the field. That was enough to get them the win. And Oliver Wolf, he won the sprint for 10 points at the end. That gave them second place. But it was the Aussies all the way. Morgan Kniesky, the former world champ, with the current world Madison champ Teo Reinhardt, they still lead the way, but it's only 4 points ahead of Mark Hester and Oliver Wolf. Team number 3, Tim Strottinger from the Netherlands with the Belgian Marino de Paul. They sit in third place and not too far behind on points as well. Andreas Graf and Andreas Muller, they're chasing 15 more points to get another bonus lap to come up onto the lead lap with those other top 3 teams. So the top 4 really have been the dominant forces. They are the ones that will be racing for the podium spots tomorrow night. So the Madison win to start things tonight, that got Stephen Hall and Josh Harrison up over the top of the Irish team. So 11th place for them in the overall standings. So 2 teams less on the track as we go into the team elimination. Team 4 and Team 10, unfortunately, have been neutralised. Illness and injury taking those teams out. Every 3 laps we'll see an elimination. The final team, last team across the line, will be eliminated every 3 laps, and we're underway, the team elimination. Well, we have 2 Madison chases each night. This is also seen as the 3rd Madison chase because it's such a difficult race. We will be able to go inside and have a look what it's like inside the peloton. We do have a camera with Chris Latham. It's team number 2. This is the points they're racing for. So it's significant. You win the team elimination, 30 points, and we see how close it is at the top of the leaderboard. Remember, Team 15, they're chasing 15 to go up onto the lead lap. Sound of the bell indicates this is an elimination lap. Team number 14, JB Murphy, in the danger zone. They don't look too interested either, it must be said. Some fatigue in the legs of JB. It's Team 14, the first team to go. Chris Latham sits in second place. We can just see the quick change there as Stephen Bradbury, his teammate, came in, and all the other riders come around the outside. There's Chris just off to the right-hand side. He'll look to go up the track as quickly as possible up towards the fence. Focusing on the back, it's Josh Harrison. Won the opening Madison chase. They know they have another big one to do tonight. And I think that was more of a strategic lack of effort from Josh. Team 12 eliminated. that means they can rest up and get ready for that big final Madison tonight at the end of proceedings. Judging their effort, did a great job tactically to win the opening Madison of the night. And they'll be looking to try and keep themselves in contention in that final one. Moritz Augenstein, team number 32. Elimination lap next time around. You can see how much they're fanning up and around. Team 11 doing a change down the back straight. That's Brian Bousser just in front, number 31. And Kulikov, the Russian, off the hand change, should have enough to come over the top as he does. So Brian Bousser, the Belgian, number 31, with Moritz Malczarek eliminated. So far, it's been the teams down in the overall classification that have been the first to be eliminated. Andy Tennant making sure it's not going to be team 13 this time. Flying around the outside to get themselves out of the elimination zone. Down the back straight, Lipnowski comes in, team 17, and should have a bit of speed off that change to come over the top. And definitely does. It'll be 24. That's Sebastian Schmiedel. So you can just see the tactics there, making sure that you come in at the right position to get an advantage from the hand sling. Team 17 did that well. Team 24, they made their change coming into the finishing straight. And the deceleration that you first get in the hand change meant that they were eliminated. Need to work on their timing a little bit. Team 24. Chris Latham leads them through, team number 2. He has our onboard camera. And Moritz Augenstein, this one's going to be easy select. Team 32 will be the next to be eliminated. And also may have added to a little bit of confusion as I sort of look out onto the track. You see team 32 have gone out, but they sat up down the back straight. And I've noticed the team that's not there now that should be is team 11, because I think that they felt that they were the last across the line of the peloton and hadn't realised that 32 had already sat up. So team 11 taking themselves out of the race a little bit earlier than they should have. Now we're focusing on team number 7. It's Oliver Wolf. Look at the speed, the leg speed of the youngster, the 19-year-old. Off the change with Mark Hester. 6 wide around the outside. Ooh! That was 2 of the big teams. Yeah, okay, so that was what I was trying to say before. Team 11, they went out way too early. They didn't realise that they were still in the race. So team 11, just getting a little bit confused. Inexperience shining through there for team 11. That's Chima and Kulikov. So I was a little bit nervous as we focused on team 15 and team 1 last across the line, but it was indeed the previous team that had already eliminated themselves. Now it's the Danish combination. Finbo, number 23. They've also given up the ghost. Easy selection there. Team 23 next to go. Anders Finbo rides with Arne Berkemose. Andy Tennant, second last position. Lipnowski. Team 17, they have won a Madison Chase this week. So Lipnowski comes up over the top of Andy Tennant. You can see Andy fighting back on the inside. You can see the change was about to happen from Team 17. 13 with a late change as well. This will be a real fight to make sure. And you can see the drop of the head from Rugovac. There was a real scramble to try and come over the top of the change of Team 13. But Dennis Rugovac unable to get there. This is Chris Latham, 25-year-old from Bolton, about to do the change to Stephen Bradbury. And as Bradbury comes in, you can see all the rest of the riders. There's a bit of a acceleration from Team 15. Also Team number 1 that came over the top of Chris Latham and Stephen Bradbury in the change. Matt Bostock changed to Andy Tennant's. And there was not much effort in that change. You can see Tennant realising the speed was too high, that he wasn't going to be able to keep himself in the race. So Team 13 eliminated. We're down to 5 teams now. And these are the top 5 teams in the general classification. Team number 2, they sit in 5th place. This is team number 7. So Chris Latham goes to the front. Look across the track to see where his teammate is. And there's a move coming from Teo Leinhardt and also Andreas Graf. So they're 3 wide. This is going to be a big effort from Oliver Wolf if he's to stay in the race. Team number 7, the next to go. So now we're down to 4 teams. And Team 15 still remain in the race. That means they will gain enough points to get a bonus lap. So Team 15 will come up onto the lead lap along with teams 3, 1 and 7. So there's Andreas Muller. They've done just enough. Even if they're eliminated this time, they will get enough points to get a bonus lap. So well done to Team 15, the Austrian boys. They've gone straight around the outside. This is Morgan Kanaevsky in the danger zone, but you can see the labouring body of Stephen Bradbury. They did a good job, Team 2, Bradbury and Latham, to stay in there until they finished in 4th place. They went better than Team 7, one of the big favourites. So good job, Steve Bradbury and Chris Latham. A good points grab from those lads. Down to 3 now. 15, 3 and 1. Teo Reinhardt sits on the back. Wim Strottinger, 2nd position. Andreas Graf comes in. Elimination lap this time. Graf, good endurance rider, but he has to sprint now. You can see, look at the speed. Oh, and they were going to make the change. Reinhardt thought he was going to change with Morgan Kanaevsky. Oh, that was a dangerous moment for team number 1. 15 will be eliminated. He had to lead out to that final sprint. And as I said, Andreas Graf, not a pure sprinter. And Teo Reinhardt, he went to make the change to Morgan Kanaevsky. Morgan stayed out because he thought it was going to be too late to do the change on that finishing lap. So that was a very dangerous moment for team number 1. Reinhardt did just enough to keep himself in, but it would be a huge effort. That would have cost him a lot of energy. And side by side, Reinhardt and Marino De Pauw. 2 of the big favourites for the overall victory. 1 lap to go. That was a tough one for Teo Reinhardt. Surely he's fatigued. He's had to stay in for an extra lap. And Marino De Pauw with his retirement race here at the Berlin 6-day. And you can see how much it hurt Teo Reinhardt. That was a tough one. It's Marino De Pauw with Wim Strottinger that get the team elimination win. So even the best in the business can make mistakes. That's what cost team number 1. The experience of Marino De Pauw and Wim Strottinger, always there, ready to pounce. You make a mistake and they'll beat you. Reinhardt and Kanaevsky just didn't quite get it right that previous lap. Messed up the change. And you can see the facial expression of Teo really struggling as they come down to the line. De Pauw with the win. Maximum points, 30 points to the total, to add it to the total of team number 3. We'll have to see how that plays out the overall classification. Confirmation of the team elimination results. Team number 3, great sprint from Marino de Pauw, but it was off the back of a mistake from Kniaski and Reinhardt in the change beforehand. Graf and Muller, they did just what they needed to do to get enough points to put themselves back up onto the lead lap. And Bradbury and Latham, great ride from them to finish in 4th place ahead of Team 7. But the winners were team number 3. They're with Matt Rendell.
Wim, Moreno, precious points, a precious win. And Moreno, you forced Team 1 into a rare mistake. Clever riding by you.
Tried to get them in the lead for the final sprint. I know if I had the day before yesterday as well, if I am in 2nd position and there's a small gap, I know I can close the gap and try to pass Theo in the end. It worked out very well. I sprung up, he got under me, 2 laps to go, and then I knew this is a good position and I have to try to pass him in the end, and yeah, it worked out well.
Wim, lots of smiles by both of you, and another precious victory. Are you trying to persuade Moreno that perhaps he shouldn't retire and stay with you, do a few more 6 days?
Yeah, if he wants to stay with me, he can do a few more 6 days. But yeah, it's his last one, and I'm happy he's in such a good shape, and I think it's nice to win to stop when you're still good.
Absolutely. Well, you're looking very good for this at the moment. Well done, lads.
They'll be dangerous as we get into the final night, team number 3. Such experience, and Marino de Pauw wants to go out on a high. Now we can see the presentation and the mascot on the left-hand side for the World Championships coming up. So still pretty close, Morgan Kniaski and Theo Reinhardt, but Mark Hester and Oliver Wolf dropped down below Team 3, Strottinger and de Pauw. So a bit of a shift there, and also with Graf and Muller coming up to 307 points, getting a bonus point for another 100 laps gained. So 4 teams back up onto the lead lap. And Graf and Muller, as we get into the final night, I don't think they can be competitive in terms of the points. They will need to go for a lap in the final chase. So that will be very interesting as we get into that final Madison chase to finish things off on the 6th night of racing. Still plenty to come here, though. The B Derny final still to come, and this is when we came into the final lap of the team elimination. Theo Reinhardt, unfortunately for him, missing the last change with Morgan Kniaski. That kept them in for another elimination, but it cost Theo dearly. You can just see the facial expression and the body language just really labouring. He was pretty much spent by this point, and Marino de Pauw in the slipstream, flipped up around the outside, and 30 points for the team elimination win for team number 3. That put them up from 3rd place to 2nd on the overall classification. There you can see the effort. No presence for these riders. It's all hard work. Wim Strottinger from the Netherlands and Marino de Pauw. Here's Wim Strottinger, 34-year-old. He won the Berlin 6-day in 2018. He's won several 6s over the years. His regular partner, Yuri Harvick, not here, but he'll be quite happy with who he is riding beside now, Marino de Pauw. This is Marino's final ever 6-day race. Still only 28, but he knew he wouldn't make the Olympic selection for the Madison this year for Belgium. So decided to start another career as a policeman back in Belgium. And Olav Ludwig coming in for the presentation again on the right-hand side. So Dieter Stein, the race director, on the left, and an absolute legend of German cycling, Olav Ludwig, on the right-hand side. Olympic road race champion in 1988. He then went into the professional ranks, riding for the Panasonic team back in the day. Green jersey in the Tour de France. And also was a bit of a regular in the early 90s in the Six-Day Series. Great atmosphere in Velodrome here in Berlin. It's the second round of the International Six-Day Series and the 109th edition of the Berlin Six-Day. This is the races we had earlier tonight. Ironman Max Levy with the fastest time in the flying lap time trial. He has been consistently the quickest. Hasn't won all of the races though. In the time trials, he's definitely been the man to beat. 12.414. After 5 days of racing, he's getting tired, yet he can still generate that kind of speed. That puts him up on the top, 216 points. So the biggest gap of all. Back to Thomas Sparbeck, Maximilian Dornbach and Anton Hunet, locked on 155. So there is a real race for second best in terms of the overall. Max Levy from Berlin, he's from 500 metres down the road. He's looks as if he might be able to go for the overall title, but it is going to be a real scramble to be the best of the rest and finish second overall. So Owen Mullen, the Irish sprint champ, in the first of the sprint races. This is for 6th and 7th place. And the young Indian rider, junior world champion, silver and bronze medalist as well. That was last year. It was here in Frankfurt, Germany. New track that has been built in the last couple of years. And he saw Albin, the 18-year-old pocket rocket from India. So normally we have 3 riders in this particular race, but because second and third had equal time in the flying lap, it is going to be a 3-up race for the final race, which will be very interesting indeed. So Owen Mullen against Esau Albin. So the Irish sprint champion trying to come back into form after the terrible crash he had at the London Six-Day. And the youngster, the 18-year-old from India, Esau Albin, in second place. He really has been a sensation, junior world champion. So to talk us through these sprints, why not have a specialist sprinter and the one that actually won the women's sprint earlier on, Paulina Grabosch. Welcome to the commentary position to you.
Hi.
Now, you were good on the track. You got the better of your compatriot in Emma Hinze, so congratulations on that. That was a great win.
Thank you very much.
Now let's see how you can go talking us through this. Tactically, we've got Owen Mullen on the front, Esau Albin in second place. But this little kid from India, he's only 18, but he seems very comfortable on the bike.
He's very flexible on the bike, as you can see. He tried to force him to go a little bit faster. So he's a good sprinter. He did well during the Junior Worlds. So we will see. It's going to be a good finish.
Owen Mullen it is that leads them through the Irish sprint champion. It's a big gap to Esau Albin. The youngster may have given himself too much work to try and get to the Irishman. But here he comes, the Indian. He went very wide around the final bend. And that cost him in the end. The Irish champ, Owen Mullen, comes away with the win. So Albin just gave himself a little bit of distance, but then went really wide as well in that final bend. I think he was the faster of the two, but tactically it was a better ride for Mullen.
Yeah, you can see the 2 different kinds of acceleration. So I guess the first position you have to have a good acceleration 2 times and go fast for a long time. And I guess Esau will have some more experiences after this 6 days as well, so it's a good chance for him So we will see that he will be better soon, probably.
Great learning curve, because there's not often where you can get 6 days of sprint racing, which you can then use for training. So, of course, they're here to race, but the experience and the knowledge they're getting from it is also fantastic. So the next race, though, this is Anton Hune, who did win a Kieran this week. He's only 19. Very good over the 1,000-metre time trial, under 23 European champion. And we have Momo, nicknamed Momo, because it's easier to say than his actual name, but the Taiwanese sprinter, 21-year-old Momo on the right-hand side, Ninsing Shai. 19-year-old on the left, 21-year-old on the right. One's coming from German sprint pedigree. There's so much depth and history in Germany. The other's coming from Taiwan. They don't even have a velodrome. So who do you think has the advantage here?
So they're colleagues. They train together in Cottbus. So it's an interesting ride. They know each other day by day. So two young riders against. So yeah, I think Anton goes a long sprint, but Momo has a good acceleration as well, the second acceleration. So he's good. It's gonna be also a close finish, so interesting race today.
Now, if we're going to commentate this as in nickname, so Momo for Ninsing Shai, has Anton got a nickname?
No.
We have to quickly come up with one.
I don't know. So no, he, as you can see, there was a song, also Anton, so I think he likes his name, so let's call him Anton.
We'll just call him Anton, so it's Momo versus Anton, and we'll come up with the nickname. That's your challenge, is to come up with the nickname for Anton Hune before the last night.
Oh, okay, I have to think about it.
And he can't come from himself. You can't give yourself a nickname, so we have to invent one. So halfway down the back straight, we've got AC/DC rocking.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Steady.
ooh. So, Anton Hune, he's in the red jersey. We could call him the Red Baron.
So nobody wants to be in the first position.
And that was awkward, though.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Anton tries to... okay, perhaps he wants to go a long sprint, as you can see.
So the Red Baron versus Momo. Anton versus the youngster from Taiwan. Coming around to get one lap to go now. Anton Hune. Ninsing Shai. Momo in second position. They do train together. Rider from Taiwan. There's no track in Taiwan, so he's training in Cottbus. He knows Anton Hune very well, and he's starting to close on the back wheel of Hune. So Momo over the top, and he doesn't quite get there. So Anton Hune, he went long. That's his specialty. He's a 1,000-metre time trial expert, and going from first position, about half a wheel in it, and it's Hune on the inside.
Yes.
Oh, I said half a wheel, a bit less than that. About 3 centimetres, I think, in the end. Now, I don't think he's sure if he got it or not.
Yeah, he looks at the screen in the middle of the track. Oh, look at him. He tries to force him to go a long sprint. Just a long explosion, high speed, 1.5 laps to go. So interesting.
Both very solid on the bike too, aren't they?
Yeah.
Smooth.
Smooth style.
Especially Momo. Momo has been very impressive this week. He did win the Kieran on the first night. Lunged to the line, but it was a bit too late. And it was Anton Hune on the inside. The Red Baron gets the better of Momo. Now what that means now is, because of the way the qualifying happens, Max Levy was the fastest, but Thomas Barbeck and also Max Dornbach were on exactly the same time. So they've put them in as equal second, and we now have a 3-up final for the first time. This is going to be very interesting. Racing against one rider is challenging. Racing against two is really tough.
I think so. But there are two very experienced riders with Max and Tomasz. He's
scaring the children here, Ironman Max.
No, he's concentrated, as you can say. But Tomasz is, I think he has a good tactic as well. He has the experience, and it's going to be an interesting race. Two Germans who know each other very well. So I'm with Max and Max in one team. So yeah, they're a funny person and very, very strong sprinters as well, flexible on the bike. And yeah, Max Sturm was also German champion last year in the sprint tournament.
Very neutral facial expression on Max Dornbach, very concentrated.
Yeah.
Now this is Max Levy. We're in his house. This is his backyard. It is 500 meters from here. Max Dornbach was up here doing the commentary for your race when you were happening. Now, his girlfriend is Emma Hinze, who you beat. So surely you can't be barracking for him. It's the other Max that I think you might be trying to support. And in the middle, though, from the Czech Republic, the veteran, 32-year-old, is Thomas Barbeck. So the two Germans, will they gang up? Germany versus the Czech Republic, or is it just whoever's the best?
It's always in the sprint, so you have to concentrate on your own race. You have to look on your own chances. There are three different kind of sprinters. So Max Levy can do a long sprint, but Max Dornbach as well. Max Dornbach was at 1K rider as well. So it's hard to say who will be the hardest to beat.
They're nervous, very slow opening lap.
Like 3 tigers watching on the track.
Nobody really wanting to go to the lead position. 3-up sprint, typically, and it could be a 3-up track balance.
Oh, interesting. Just in front of the finish line. Oh, yeah.
Nobody wants to go to the lead.
Very technical. The crowd is freaking out. Yeah.
So now we can forget about the sprinting itself and just critique their skills. All three experienced riders. Max a little bit wobbly on the bottom. Max at the top, Dornbach, he looks nice and comfortable. Thomas Barbeck in the middle. And still moving that back wheel around. Skipping the back wheel to try and keep the pedals in the horizontal position so they can keep that balance. Fixed gears on the bikes, that's why it's possible to do the track stand balancing act.
Yeah. It's more comfortable to sit down on the saddle, but some riders just can't stand. He wants to stand longer.
Martin Bridgewood, commissaire, did blow the whistle. Max was having none of it. And you can't hear the whistles now because the crowd is full of whistles. Yeah. So we can't determine which is the commissaire's whistle over the crowd's whistle. And they are certainly enjoying it. Martin never looking at the watch, making sure that they don't go for too long.
Yeah, as you can see, Thomas is standing, and the other two Maxes are sitting on the saddle. So probably Thomas' legs are burning now. So we will see who will go first.
Well, the three riders are just down below our commentary position here.
Thomas is enjoying it. He smiles a bit. As you can say, Max is forcing the crowd. It's an incredible perspective from me. It's the first time to see.
It's very different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a different perspective.
Normally in the inside of the track, looking out, preparing for your own racing.
Yeah.
And this is a great way to really get some experience and looking very comfortable still, Max Levy.
Smooth style as well.
It does load the legs up though. Like, it looks simple, it looks easy. Oh, coming up with a gun. Uh-oh. This is an elimination race of a different kind when you bring a weapon into it.
Okay.
He's given up, Martin. Oh, and with that...
It was Max, I guess.
So Levy leads the way ahead of Barbeck. And the second of the Maxes, Dornbach in third position. Now it's back to business. They're going to come around to get one lap to go, and the speed is really starting to come up.
I think Max Dornbach will... no. Look at this. Yeah, will go down the other two.
Well, it's the German sprint champion that's gone all the way around the outside. So Max Dornbach goes into the final bend. He's going to come away with the win. It's a fight for second place between Levy and Barbeck. And it might have been Barbeck over the top, but Max Dornbach.
He saw the right spot on the right time. Good finish for him. Good acceleration as well.
Well, they messed around for a little while, and it does load up the legs. As they went off, I was about to say, doing that balancing act, it really does put an extra pressure on the legs. And maybe Dornbach with being just able to handle that a little bit better than the others. Flashed around the outside as Levy was looking at Barbeck. And once the gap had opened up, the German champion was home and hose all the way through for the victory. And we'll have another look at who was second, though, because it was close.
It was close, yeah. I guess it was Tomasz, but I'm not quite sure.
So comfortable winner for the German sprint champion in Maximilian Dornbach.
Close finish, but it was Max.
Yeah,
it was
Max Levy on the inside, and the Czech champion.
Oh, he's
Tomasz.
enjoying. He's enjoying.
So, Pauline Grabosch, you beat Emma Hinze. So Maximilian Dornbach's girlfriend finished second, so he had to fly the flag for the relationship. Max Dornbach comes away with the win in the sprint ahead of Max Levy. So the two Maxes and Thomas Barbeck. The first time this week we've seen three riders in the final racing for the sprint win. Horner got the better of Nin Sing Shea, and then it was Owen Mullen over the youngster Isan Albert. Well, fantastic sprints also for you. Congratulations again to Pauline Grabosch with the sprint win as well. You've still got the Kieran to come up. Let's go down with Max Dornbach, though. He's with Matt.
Well, Max, fabulous stuff. First of all, qualifying, you're on the same time, down to a thousandth of a second with Anton. And then, there you are, you win it. A wonderful win, the three of you. Great track stand, great noise.
Yes, the qualification was very, very close. And then the track stand, my legs are so burning, and in the end it was so painful, this race. But I'm very happy about the win.
And that was really special. The atmosphere is just magical.
Yes, of course. The people are so crazy, and the crowd is perfect.
Max, well done.
Thanks.
Maximilian Dornbach. He's won the German Sprint Championship the last 2 years. And that was an interesting one. So the overall classification, with Levy getting beaten, still has a comfortable lead. 51 points to Thomas Barbeck from the Czech Republic. Dornbach comes up a little bit because he was tied on points with Anton Horner. So that was good for Max Dornbach to get a 10-point buffer over the 19-year-old Horner. Then Nin Sing Shea in 5th place. He saw Albin on 105 points. And Owen Mullen picking up a few extra points. He's still down there in 7th place. So still Max Levy, though. He's the king of Berlin, lives just down the road, and he's leading the overall classification. We'll see the big men come back out for the Kieran a little bit later on. And Pauline, just talk us through this. We've seen he's already come around the outside, but he just looks comfortable on a bike. Really does look like a natural.
Yeah, it's a smooth style. You have to work also on the position, how you sit on the saddle, how to put the head. Also, when you go very fast. Normally, he has also a good timing to go to the inside. So when he sees some spots where you can force the other to go in the second position. And yeah, I'm also happy for him. It was a good race, also all from the outside. Two experienced rider he had in his race, so it's a good job on this track.
And there's the mascot again for the World Championships coming up here in 4 weeks' time. I have mentioned this a couple of times, especially for the sprints. It's so good to race on this track ahead of the World Championships because every track is slightly different in shape. And so to get enough sprints to just work out what's better, to race from the front position or second position, it's an advantage that you'll take into the Worlds.
Yeah, you have to learn how to deal with the track from all the way up, or also from the black line. Every track has its own characters, let's call it. And also from the sprint, I guess you can go from the first position, also from the second position. yeah, it depends on the experience the race the athlete has. So yeah, for myself, I feel very comfortable on the track, and yeah, my teammates as well. So hopefully we will go in 4 weeks as well.
This is the first time we've seen the Madison time trial. So we split the field in half. Tonight we have this group that'll be racing for their time trial. Tomorrow night, the final night, we'll see the other half of the peloton. So no points awarded to these teams tonight, but they will sit in the hot seat. Whoever is the fastest tonight will sit in the hot seat all the way through tomorrow's heats. Then we'll finally get the points awarded. So it's team number one right down the very bottom there. It'll be interesting to see how first team onto the track. They're on the lead lap, part of that group of 4 that are really racing for the final podium here at the Berlin 6 Day. And it's team number 15, Andreas Graf, the 34-year-old from Vienna, and the 40-year-old Andreas Müller. He's Austrian, but he's not really, because he's from Berlin. He's on his home track, but he has represented Austria for a very long time. And back when I was racing the 6 Days, he was also racing the 6 Days.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's how old he is. So Andy Müller, Mully Müller on the back. He'll be the man to do the actual lap. So lead out by the teammate. He'll drop the hand back. And a big hand sling. And the second rider will actually do the time trial over 1 lap. Good to get a comparison between, say, the Max Levy time, who does his own lead out, does the flying lap on his own, compared to the endurance riders who are clearly slower and less powerful, but they get to do their flying lap off a hand sling, off a hand change, which is a big advantage for acceleration.
Yeah, I guess it's 2 different things. When you're a sprinter, you have to train to find your own style, how to do the lap. But very technical, as you can see, when you're just shaking hands with your partner to try to get them very fast. It's very hard because you're fast. And then to do the lap, I think me as a sprinter, I couldn't do this, I guess. So it's good to see.
Well, they're the first to go, 13.822 for Andreas Müller, and that's how it works.
I guess, no, Momo was faster, I guess.
Momo was faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, Andreas Müller has never been one of the outright quickest of the 6 Day riders, and the aging legs probably haven't helped him either. Now, this is Niels Weisfenning and Moritz Augenstein. So Weisfenning, as we've mentioned several times, the son of former World Madison champion Eric Weisfenning, who's also the race director of the Bremen 6 Day. And Moritz Augenstein from Pforzheim. Both riders from that region of Germany, down in the lower left-hand side quarter of Germany, close to the Swiss and French borders. And it's Weisfenning that'll lead through. He's only 19, and they've chosen Augenstein as the faster of the 2 riders, perhaps. Still full gas for Niels Weisfenning. You can see the body language, absolutely flat out. Drop their hand back. You want maximum reach, maximum leverage. And let's see if Augenstein can do a faster time than Andreas Müller. Got to hug the black line as well. Shortest way around the track.
Full gas. Yeah, as you can see, obviously the heart rate.
13.134.
Oh, yeah.
So significantly faster. And this is a good way. So absolute maximum reach. Not a great grip. You can see that it was really just a fingertip action there. So he didn't get a really good grip on Niels Weisfenning. So you want to maximize your reach and therefore leverage, and that also gives you the maximum speed. And the more experienced teams certainly will be able to do that well.
Yeah. When you go full gas through the corner, you have to grab the handrail very, very strong, because bits of pressure in the corner just push you a little bit higher. When you have a partner, it's even more technical, that you have the right timing when you just have one hand on your handrail. Oh, they go faster.
They go very quick, isn't it? Brian Bussier, this is team number 31. It's Moritz Malczurek. He's from Berlin, and he has won a round of the World Cup points race. So let's see how he is for outright speed. We haven't seen too many races for the endurance riders to really prove how fast they are. Everything they've done thus far has really been longer endurance events, and this does look quick. 13.038. Almost under that 13-second barrier. So that's a time that would have been almost competitive amongst the fewer sprinters. Those riders were getting under 13 seconds. Max Levy with a 12.222 on Saturday night. And the difference with the endurance riders is they don't have the muscle mass and the real power to actually generate the acceleration. Some of them have a good top-end speed, as we look at Augenstein in the hot seat with Niels Weisfenning. And the sprinters, they've got the power to accelerate, whereas the handling really is required for these endurance riders.
Yeah, you prepare your lap just with your own power and a bigger gear. As you can see, they paddle very fast. And in comparison with the sprinters, different gear. And yeah, so they prepare with a higher speed than the sprinters.
Team number 12 now. It's Josh Harrison on the front from Adelaide, South Australia, coming from Perth. The other side of the country in Western Australia is Stephen Hall. They won the first Madison Chase, and it was a late change from them. Stephen Hall it is that's been unleashed. They've got a Madison win for the Knights. Can they also go into the hot seat here in the lap time trial? And I don't think they can. 13.5. So Stephen Hall, Josh Harrison, and we'll have another look at it here. And just a little bit late on the change.
He tries to go below the black line.
Through the bend, perhaps, that's a shorter distance, but down the straight, it doesn't make any difference. So it's Malczurek in the hot seat. What have we got there? Some sort of, look like popcorn, I think.
Popcorn, yeah. Like in the cinema.
The food of champions, popcorn, Moritz Malczurek. Now this could be interesting. We talk a lot about Oliver Wolf Fredriksson, this 19-year-old from Denmark. He has been setting track records in other six-day events. So with Mark Hester, the experience of Mark Hester, the 34-year-old Dane, you can see down the back straight, absolutely full gas.
Oh, that's a good acceleration.
And drop the hand back, and here goes Oliver Wolf. This guy can go fast. One lap of the track from the 19-year-old from Denmark. You can look at the body language. He is not messing around. He's racing for the overall victory here in Berlin. He wants the points from the Madison time trial. And at the moment, he looks like he might get them. 12.67 into the hot seat. Best time.
Yeah, I guess the young Danish rider are very strong. They had so good legs also during the World Cups. It was nice to see that also the whole team had a good development in the team pursuit, for example. So young doesn't mean that that you're not dangerous.
There's been so much talk about Oliver Wolf, 19-year-old that's racing like an experienced six-day rider. He's been on the podium at previous six-day events this season. And the challenge has been put down to Marino de Paul. De Paul, also a very fast rider. And likewise, with team number 7, he has an experienced partner in Wim Stroetinger. The Dutchman, the 34-year-old Dutchman, and the Belgian 28-year-old Marino de Paul from Sint-Niklaas in East Flanders. Coming around to do the change now. Vince Trottinger reaches back as far as he possibly can. Maximum leverage, and there was a little bit awkward there, but Marino de Pauw now. Time to beat, 12.67. The 19-year-old versus the 28-year-old from Belgium. And Marino de Pauw, has he got the speed in those legs? It's his last ever six-day race. And it'll be the second best time.
Close finish.
Still fast. Going into retirement, though, still in good form. 12.686, not too bad. And you can see there was just a little bit of awkwardness in the change.
Moment.
That could have been it. It might have been just enough to cause that to be slightly slower. And they just had that little bit of a wobble. Despite how experienced they are, there was still that little bit of a wobble coming into the change. Could have been enough to cost them.
Only some small movements on the track bike, and you lose 0.1, and it's very, very much time, let's call it. And yeah, the world champion stripes.
They look good, don't they? The envy of every cyclist.
Nice colours.
The former world champion in the Madison. He won it 3 times. Morgan Kaniewski. He'll be doing the time trial, and it's the current world Maddo champ, Theo Reinhardt, that's doing the lead out. Big points on offer for this time trial. They are taking this very seriously, and it's Kaniewski now underway. Better looking change than we saw from Marino de Pauw and Vince Trottinger. And as Morgan Kaniewski down onto the blue band on the inside of the track into the final bend, goes a little bit high. 12.67 to beat. And it's not going to be good enough. A bit more endurance-based, and you can see the congratulations from team number 7. Still have the other half of the field to race tomorrow, but for now, big advantage goes to 7 because they're better than the other teams that are up on the overall classification. Quick look at your critique of the change in this final lap.
Oh, critique. Oh, I guess 2 formal or world champion. They did good, I guess.
No, you can tell us what you really think.
No.
You're a sprinter. This is your thing. Forget about the hand change. That's their thing.
Sprinters don't always critique. No, that's not. I think, yeah, when they have a lot of experience, there are some moments where you have not that timing. Normally, they don't race together. Perhaps they want to have some more changes, and then they will be more comfortable for the big final tomorrow. So we will see. Rainbow stripes will never disappoint.
They always look
Hopefully.
good, don't they? They're always coveted.
Hopefully.
For team number 7, though, at the moment, despite we have the other part of the peloton to do the time trial tomorrow, whatever points they get, it'll be more than teams 1, 3 and 15. That's who they're trying to beat in the overall classification. So it's an advantage for Team 7 to pick up some extra points from that time trial. So presentation for being the fastest tonight, but the points won't be added until after the rest of the peloton get to race tomorrow as well. So Dieter Stein on the right, the race director here in Berlin. Now, what do you think, Pauline Grabusch? You've been enjoying a bit of commentary, or you want to get back into racing?
I like both. It's a nice experience, so it's the first time for me. What an honor. And yeah, hopefully you have a second chance to do the commentary. The medicine is also the first time for me. One day during the World Cups, the normal partner from France just explained me 2 years ago how medicine works. So it's quite funny that we see Morgan race here with Theo. Yeah.
And just your career, you had a good sprint win tonight, second fastest in the time trial, but then beat Emma Hinze in the sprint itself. And we were having a bit of a chat last night. You mentioned that you'd come from athletics, so light athletic, and then had some knee problems, and that's why you came across to cycling, road cycling to start with, and quickly discovered that road cycling wasn't your thing.
No, I guess it wasn't my talent. So I tried something new. The track wasn't my first choice. let's call it. But I fell in love with the feeling, ride some circles. And yeah, I think when you ask a sprinter what you would prefer, a 100 kilometers ride or some sprints on the track, I guess that will be a clear answer. Okay, except of Max Levy, but he did an Ironman, so he's an exception. Yeah, but as a sprinter or a track cyclist, you have to love the speed, you have to enjoy also the crowd, because the crowd is 24/7 there. So yeah, it's a very technical thing, and yeah, you don't have to be scared that you're fast.
And I know it's a long time ago that you were doing athletics, but you don't miss it?
No, I think I'm happy with my job now. Sometimes I ask myself if I can run. But as a track cyclist, you don't have to run, so just have to run fast through the corners and do your best. Yeah, but I think I'm very happy with my my track cycling career, and hopefully it will be a long career as well.
Absolutely. Well, you're still quite young, 22.
22.
22. So yeah, you've got a very long career to come, which is great. Already got a world title from 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah, 2018 in Apeldoorn.
Team sprints in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands. Of course, the Worlds are here. What do you think about the World Championships? So let's talk about team sprint first for Germany, yourself, on this track. How do you feel? Are you confident about where you might be able to finish? And we just look back on the Danish team number 7. They have the fastest time with half of the field having competed, but I'm not sure if anyone else is going to go as quick as Oliver Wolf. So this is kind of what you're looking to do, at least. Team sprint, 2 laps of the track, absolutely flat out. Are you confident for the Worlds coming up?
Yeah, we will see. We have 3 young German riders. So it will be interesting who will do the team sprint or the other disciplines as well. But we train well, we are strong, as you could see also in the time trial. And now we have to work on the technical things like the start, how to accelerate for the second lap. And yeah, hopefully I can do the first position. Yeah, but the fastest will go.
Well, Hester and Wolf, they're the fastest so far, and they caught up with Matt Rendell.
Mark, Oliver, fabulous stuff. Oliver, man, that was fast, starting with a big, strong push-off by Mark, and then you span around there, significantly faster than everyone else.
Yeah, I would say it was close with women Moreno, but of course, we did a fast time, and I'm proud of both the lead out and the chains, and of course my legs also, so it all went perfectly.
And so no points awarded now. The points will be awarded tomorrow when the other teams have been through there. But you've put some points in the bank there, and that all helps, Mark.
Yeah, of course. It's all a matter of having as good a position as possible for the final. And 30 points, if we manage to take that tomorrow, we still have 8 more teams to go. There are still some fast guys out there, but at least our closest competitors, we're better than them, and that also means that tomorrow we are catching some points back on them, and yeah, then we have to see how it plays out. Still 3 more chases to go. There's 3 more opportunities to win and lose laps, so we have to stay focused on that, and when the points are given tomorrow, we will see how much it is.
Mark, Oliver, well done so far anyway. So far, so good.
Yeah, thank you very much.
In the hot seat, fantastic for Oliver Wolf to be as fast and picking up the points that they need to. We can just see the spinning on the scoreboard, so the journey draw has got underway. But I'll wrap things up for you, Pauline Grabusch. You've got to get back down for the next race to get ready for your Kieran, so I'll let you go. Thanks for coming up and having a chat. Do you think you can win the Kieran? That's the first thing.
We will see. All the other girls were also faster than yesterday night. It's going to be an interesting race, but I guess Leah and Emma will be a little bit more dangerous now for me. So we will see. It will be a good ride, I guess. Thank you for the possibility to be here.
Certainly great to have you up here. So Pauline Grabosch, I'll say thanks for joining me up in commentary. Now get yourself down there, warmed up for this next Kieran race. And I will have Josh Harrison actually coming up to have a chat with us through the Derny race. And we can really go back and recap that opening Madison Chase that he and Stephen Hall won, which was a great performance from them. Took advantage of the big teams racing against each other, and the only team to take a lap in the opening Madison tonight over 30 minutes was the Aussies. Probably should have done it yesterday, because Josh Harrison, yesterday was the 26th of January. It's Australia Day. You waited till the day after to get the Madison Chase win, but hey, well done anyway.
Thank you very much, but you know, you can't win everything, and got to give some other teams a little bit of a chance to win stuff. So, but we got one win yesterday, so at least doing the Aussies proud.
And it was a real tactical battle, because the top 4 teams were really... there was a couple of races going on. Obviously, the top 4 teams marking each other. Then you've got that group in the middle of the classification doing the same kind of thing to try and be the best of the rest. And while all that was being neutralised, you guys have gone whack right at the end. And to gain a lap, didn't have any points, didn't need them, you're a lap ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we figured out quite early, was that no one was going to let anyone go again. Like the first couple of days, it was a tight race and 25 minutes of going full gas, and you know, sometimes everyone wants to have a little bit of a rest, and took that opportunity and snagged a quick little lap just in the dying minutes.
A quick little lap, I like that. Just pop out a little quick little lap. And also very nervous knowing that it is the penultimate night. It's a big night of racing to come on the final night here in Berlin tomorrow, and that does finish with a 60-minute Madison, which everyone's nervous, no matter who you are. If you're one of the top teams or not, you're still nervous about that. That's Chris Latham, who lines up on the first position. Ludek Luknowski from the Czech Republic. Anders Finbo from Denmark. We have Kulikov from Russia, team number 11, looking for someone to hold him up. Likewise, Andy Tennant, team number 13. And
Richard Barnhardt,
number 24 at the back. So this is the Derny B final. So the Derny races we've had all throughout the week, individual races. The points have gone to the team total, and that's brought us to the teams in the bottom end of the draw racing tonight, the top end of the draw race tomorrow, and it's over 60 laps instead of the 40. But there will be a neutralised couple of laps in the middle, and then the second rider from each of these teams will come up onto the track. They'll do a hand sling, and the second rider then will finish things off the second half.
Should be a nice little race.
It will be interesting, because, as I said, this battle for the middle of the general classification is still on. Several teams on the same lap.
Yeah, you've got a few opportunities to go for another free lap if some point teams get up here. So they get quite close to the 300 points and then they get an extra lap. So I think some of them will be fighting quite hard for tonight.
This is teams in this one. We have teams 2, 13, 17 and 24. They are all 6 laps down in the overall classification. So there is a real battle for points, which makes it interesting. The top ranked teams will all be in the Derny final tomorrow night. That's the A final. JB Murphy on the right-hand side, getting ready to be the first one to go. Now, you had a Derny win, so obviously that's why Team 12's not in. So you're into the A final for tomorrow night. That's just what you want to do, is a Derny final before the final 60-minute Madison Chase, just to get another extra 60 laps or 30 laps per rider into the legs.
Yeah, well, at least I'll be nice and warm.
Warm and very fit by the end of it, that's for sure.
Exactly.
So we're underway. This is the 60-lap Derny final for B, the second bottom half of the classification from the points that have been tallied from all of the Derny races we've had so far this week. roughly 30 laps per rider.
Yeah.
Do the changeover. JB Murphy will do the first half. Then Mark Potts will come on and finish things off. Lipnowski it is. So we know Rugovac will come on to finish things off for them. 10 points available to get the win, right down to 2 points. And as I said, for the best of the rest, the teams that are sitting 5th place down to 10th place. This is important. There is a race for points here.
It'll be interesting to see what happens in this race. If knowing that there's a Madison change halfway through and still 30 laps to go, it'll be interesting if the riders want to go hard in this early stage or leave it to their partner to make up all the places.
Now, the Zurich 6-day years ago, they used to actually have a Madison Durney. So riders who actually racing behind Dernies and doing changes, you miss a change each time, so you come in each second time the Durney came past. And it was, I enjoyed it. It was pretty full gas. You had to have good changes.
Oh, I can imagine so. Big, something different, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they realised that having hand slings by multiple teams with motorbikes on the track
doesn't always work so well.
It worked okay, but the potential for danger was there.
It was a high risk one.
Yes. If you have a crash in a Durney race,
yeah, it doesn't end well.
Not at all. Lipnowski on board, having a look back at Ludek Lipnowski. He's riding behind Ron Zeilard, I think it is. It's on the Gold Durney. There are 2 Gold Durneys out there, but Ron Zeilard, one of the more experienced riders, the son of Joop Zeilard. Widely regarded as the best Durney pacer of all time. They've been strong, Team 17.
Yeah, they've ridden a good 6A this one.
So I have Josh Harrison in commentary with me. We'll talk through and I'll get him to... none of the riders will hear this, so you can check their position and the way they were right behind the Durney, whether they look skillful or not.
Well, they're actually all looking quite nice today. So nice and smooth, no one's laying off too far. Everyone seems quite comfortable at the moment.
Well, at home, the thing to focus on typically is how close the rider, the cyclist, can sit to the rear fender of the Durney in front of them. That is an indication typically of their skill level. And if they are riding behind an experienced Durney rider that is nice and smooth with their acceleration and they work the transition of the velodrome in a way that it's not stop-start and accelerations, etc., then you can really sit right on the fender and even rub some of the paint off.
Yeah, so yeah, when you look at a team to shoot, I guess, is that the closer you sit, the more ragged that team shoot's going to be. But whereas in a Durney race, it's a little bit different. You want to be as close as you possibly can, because as soon as that gap opens up, then the wind hits you. And 50 watts can make a lot in the Durney race. So it's short, but you'll tire yourself out very quickly.
Bit of a gap opening up, though, for the leader. This is Anders Finbo from Denmark. He's riding behind Peter Boyerlein. I did a lot of Durney races behind Peter Boyerlein when he first started doing the Durneys. He's now the man in charge. He looks after a lot of the Durneys, does the repairs, gets them organised. Also rides the big stayers, the motor pace race as well.
The veteran. He definitely knows what he's doing.
Been around a long time. So this is look at the heart rates and speeds of Anders Finbo and Andy Tennant. Starting to get it up there now. Got a couple of laps under the belt, so they can just start to ease the speed up a little bit. So averaging 64 kilometres per hour. They'll just back that off a little bit when they do start. They do make the changeover of the riders, and then really bring it home again towards the end. Advantage, really, if you're looking to save energy, you want to be in the first half.
Yeah,
the second half, where they're really racing for the end, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, so the Danish, and then you're looking at the Russians, that, like, yeah, they're going hard now, but as soon as that Madison change comes in, they'll have a nice little relaxed moment before everyone else has to catch up.
So So on the wide shot here, we can see some of the riders now just starting to come out onto the apron, the bottom of the track. So that's all of the teammates of these Dernies that will come out and do the second half. You can see on the right-hand side there, that's Berkamolze. He'll come on to change over with our leader, which is Anders Finbo. There's Finbo comes through behind Peter Boyline. Sebastian Schmeidl just coming through on the inside as well. So there's Lichnowsky in last position. He started in first, and he's drifted right back to the final position. This will be interesting because we know in terms of the A final tomorrow night, the top contenders, they're all fast behind the Dernie. We're not too sure here which is going to be the fastest team.
Yeah, well, yeah, you could guess that you have a bit of a stab in the dark to see who's going to go. And I would say that the British definitely have some pace behind the Dernie, and I know you've got Chris Latham there and Andy Tennant, but I would normally say that they should be finishing. They're fast finishers, so maybe they should have gone the other way around.
Yeah, interesting who they have selected to go first, haven't they? Tennant going, because he's riding with Matt Bostock, and Tennant, I would have thought, would have been the stronger of those two.
Exactly. Like, I know that you do a massive change in only half and half, but the first, that last half is definitely faster than the first half, so you always want your stronger rider going in last.
And for team number 2, the other British combination, Chris Latham is out there. And Stephen Bradbury will finish things off for him. My estimation, I would have flipped them around the other way as well. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes for teams 13 and team 2. For now, it's team 23. Berkamolze and Finbo that lead the way. This is Anders Finbo. He'll be changing to Arne Berkamolze. Not too long until we'll see those riders come up onto the track. We can see them all clustered down the back straight.
Next lap should be open up, so riders will start coming up onto the track now. And then you'll have 4 laps to make that change.
And the flag is up. So between 32 and 28 laps to go is when they're allowed to make the changes. So the paces will just back off slightly as these riders come up onto the track. So they'll hold their positions for now, and until their partners come up, changes will be made. And the first change is about to happen. And Sebastian Schmeidl, it was
a nice clean change. You'll see that the riders will back off the Dernies just a little bit to give themselves room, but with the sling, and they'll just get straight back on the extra speed that they are given.
And you can see, got to be a little bit cautious when you do the change. Drop down to the bottom of the track to make sure you're out of the way of the Dernies that are coming from behind. So Mark Potts comes in to change over from JB Murphy. Berkamolze is now the leader. Black number 23 made the change over from Anders Finbo. Schmeidl has now come in. Also Stephen Bradbury, Mark Potts, Matt Bostock, Emilio Chima, and Denis Rugovac for the Czech Republic, team number 17. That's how they've come out in order. 27 laps to go. This is the B final for the Dernies, over 60 laps. This is going to start getting interesting now. Different sensation too, because the first riders, they've gone from a standing start on the big gear. It's taken 4, 5, 6, 7 laps to just get themselves up to a decent speed, whereas the second rider has been thrown in directly at a high speed.
Straight into it.
And it's,
you're hoping you've done a little bit of a warm-up, not get a cold start, zap the legs a little bit, but everyone's back together. They've closed the gaps quite quickly.
Mark Potts, he's been in there now for 3 laps and already 173 beats per minute, nudging 64 to 65 k's an hour. And that will really start to heat up as we get into the final 10 laps. And they have really bunched up a little bit more as well. Potts has gone over the top. Chimo is the next one to come. Rides for the Gazprom team on the road, but he is from Brescia in Italy. And he looks comfortable. I've noticed him in one of the other Dernie races. Sits right up close behind the bike. Does look nice and experienced. There's a comparison. Pretty similar heart rates. Speed for Chima just that little bit more as he comes up onto the back wheel. So there, looks very comfortable, sitting on the outside a little bit.
And that's not too bad, because you'll get a bit of speed through the banks. So just that little bit of a wash up, so you can just stay right there in that position behind the Derny. So it doesn't hurt just to wash up just that little bit over that rear wheel. If you go under, then you cause some little bit of problems with your pacing, but going over is not too bad.
And 3 wide around the outside now, so Denis Rugovac from the Czech Republic. There's a bit of speed on now. It's Ron Zylard that comes around on the gold Derny, and Rugovac, he was in last position, and he can tell he really is getting some speed happening now. He's well up over 70 kilometres per hour. And he's not just coming to the front to slow down. It looks like he wants to keep going. Possibility of taking a lap in the B final. Well, the body languages show that he needs a bit of a breather. He's gone pretty hard to get to first position.
Up over 180 beats. He'll be hurting now. But I have noticed that his position on the bike is different from his normal bunch racing. It looks like he's got a bit more of a stayer's position right over the front. Yeah. So unsure what advantages that gives you from sitting behind the Derny, but he's a lot higher, a lot further forward on the Derny bike compared to his bunch racing one. Maybe that helps a little bit.
Well, we'll find out soon, won't we? I'm not convinced it does.
No.
Maybe he's right and we're wrong. Stephen Bradbury up over the top of Rugovac. So Schmiedel, 179 beats per minute. And Dennis has still got the high heart rate up over 180, even though he's backed off a little bit. He's got Stephen Bradbury nice and wide on the outside there. But that hurt, that acceleration from last place.
It's definitely hurt him. He's keeping in the front place, but 12 laps to go, can he hold on to it?
Getting close to the final 10 laps. Final acceleration. And the gap is starting to open up between these 3 teams. It's a fair way back to Emilio Chima. So from the group in front here, it's Stephen Bradbury, team number 2. He's paired with Chris Latham. They sit in 5th place in the overall classification. They've been consistently the best of that next group of teams that are not fighting for the final podium positions. They're too far behind in terms of laps down, but they want to make sure they stay ahead of everybody else. This is the 2nd cluster now. This is 4th, 5th and 6th place. It's Sebastian Schmiedel and Matt Bostock that follows him.
But what you won't be able to see is that they're starting to bring it back. They're starting to close the gap just that little bit. Still got 8 laps left. They keep this pace up.
Well, there is enough time, there's enough laps for Sebastian Schmiedel to come from behind. There's a battle on at the front. Still Rugovac on the inside. Stephen Bradbury being paced by Mario Vonhoff. He comes over the top, so it's now Bradbury that leads ahead of Rugovac. Then it's Mark Potts, and there is a big move coming from Sebastian Schmiedel and also Matt Bostock.
And they're coming with speed.
Try to look for the body language as well. Look at the riders that are really starting to bend the elbows, that are really starting to struggle. Shoulders are starting to move side to side. And Schmiedel has closed the gap down now. 5 laps to go, and Sebastian Schmiedel on the outside.
They're going straight around. They don't want to wait. They're just going straight over the top.
Well, with momentum, Team 24, you're not going to back off now. If you're going to come to and close the gap, you might as well just keep going. You can see the shoulder wobble from Schmiedel as well with the speed that he's carrying. 73 kilometres per hour, and Sebastian Schmiedel that goes into first position. They come around again, 3 laps to go inside the final kilometre, and Matt Bostock comes up into 2nd position. Emilio Chima, team number 11, a little bit further back, but also coming.
Super exciting. So you got Chima is coming around in 3rd position. You got Schmiedel holding it, but Bostock's looking very comfortable there.
Chima it is, number 2, in the white colours in 3rd position. They'll come around to get 1 lap to go. Schmiedel leads, Bostock in 2nd. Chima in 3rd position. It's 3 wide, nice and high, and it's going to be a race between these 3. Bostock through the middle, comes over the top of Sebastian Schmiedel. And Emilio Chima trying to come from a long way back. Maybe it's too far for him. Bostock versus Schmiedel, and it's Bostock that comes over to get the win.
Well, there you go. They proved us wrong.
Matt Bostock finished it off with Andy Tennant. He did the first half, Matt Bostock did the second, and it was the B Journey final win for team number 13, the British combination. And this is how it was done. It was Sebastian Schmiedel that bridged the gap to the 3 leading teams, went straight over the top. It dragged Bostock with him. And coming from way too far back, unfortunately, for Emilio Chima, too high, too far back. He
I reckon
finished
that
3rd.
little move did them well too.
A bit of a hook.
Yeah,
a
little bit of a hook, kept him off.
The old-fashioned hook. They can do it in the Dernies as well, perhaps even more effective. And Matt Bostock, fist pump across the line, picks up the B final ahead of Sebastian Schmiedel and Emilio Chima.
I think he'd be quite happy with that one.
Good top speed at the end, perfectly timed, and a lot of it comes down to positioning. He was able to follow Schmiedel around and just with momentum, 2 wide, much easier than trying to do what Chima was doing, coming from further back and 3 wide at the end. So Bostock Tennant gets the win for team number 13, ahead of Banush and Sebastian Schmiedel, team number 24. And the Italian-Russian combination of Emilio Chima and Vladislav Kulikov, they finished 3rd. Let's have a chat to the winners who are down there with Matt.
Andy Tennant, Matt Bostock, Christian Dagnoni. You've got a nice little win. I'll tell you what, it's a great noise in here, Matt, when you came across that finish line. A great noise in here now.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, actually. Deafening. I couldn't, I was trying to shout to him to go, but I don't think he could hear me, so I'm glad he took the initiative.
And Andy set him up nicely there, got round there. That first part of the race doesn't seem much, but it's important to be well positioned.
Yeah, I had the easy job there. We drew straws, so we had to do the flying lap tomorrow, and I won, lost. I'm not sure which way you look, but yeah, Bozo did a fantastic ride there, and all down to this guy anyway. We have to just follow him, so that's the secret. Get a good pacer.
Christian, it's all yours. Well done.
Yes, it's beautiful because before the start I know that we have 2 champions and I want to go a good sprint in the final, and so it's a good victory. Okay.
Wonderful. The 3 of you, fabulous. Well done, boys.
Great ride from team 13 to pick up the B final win in the Dernies. Matt Bostock getting the job done in the end. In the overall classification still, it's the 4 teams that we've seen all week up on the lead lap, but there's a big points gap between 1st and 4th. So team 15, they're going to be aggressive in the final Madison tomorrow night. They need to take a lap if they want to come away with the win. Stephen Hall and Josh Harrison. I just had Josh up here in commentary with me through the Dernie race. He's now gone to get down ready for the final Madison chase. They're sitting at 8 laps behind in the 11th place, and it was a good ride by these guys. Matt Bostock on the left, Andy Tennant on the right, Christian Dagnoni in the middle. Well paced, well ridden, and 10 points added to the tally for team 13. And it was Sebastian Schmiedel that led into the last lap and tucked in 2nd position there. Matt Bostock, a little bit of a hook there given to Emilio Chima to stop team 11 from going 3 wide, coming around for the win. So Matt Bostock, 10 points. Dernie win for team 13. Schmiedel did the heavy lifting, closing the gap down to the first 3 teams, and Bostock took advantage of that. Still plenty on tonight. The next onto the track will be the men's sprinters, back-to-back for the sprinters, the men, and then it's the elite women. We had Pauline Grabosch up here just talking us through the men's sprint races. She beat Emma Hinze in her sprint to win the sprint final tonight. See what she can do in the Kieran. Strong rider, Pauline Grabosch. Final race tonight, though, will be the 30-minute Madison Chase. The first one tonight won by the Australians. Only one lap taken. That was by them, Team 12. They got the win, but it was quite unusual. Bit of negativity coming into the race where they know that there's one night left to race and everyone marking each other out, trying to hold down the current positions where they sit in the overall classification. Let's see how that plays out into this second Madison Chase to finish things off later tonight over 30 minutes. The World Championship mascot for the Worlds here in 4 weeks' time. Max Levy, nice and eager, first rider onto the track for the men's Kieran. He still leads the overall classification comfortably. He's been the fastest in the time trials. He is a former world champion in the Kieran. Let's see how Max is going after 5 nights of racing. He leads ahead of Thomas Barbeck, Maximilian Dornbach in third, and Anton Hörner. It's Hörner on the left in the red shirt. So Anton Hörner, the Red Baron. And he lines up at the top of the track. And one of the spectators, perhaps, trying to count the teeth on the chainring of Anton Hörner to find out what gear he's riding. Maximilian Dornbach, German sprint champ. There's Owen Mullen. He's the Irish sprint champ. Insi Shea, Momo from Taiwan. Thomas Barbeck from the Czech Republic. Here's Max Levy. And Isor Alban, the 18-year-old from India. So the 18-year-old Indian sensation lines up beside one of the most experienced sprinters on the international circuit, Max Levy, former world champion in the Kieran, medalist at the Olympic Games in this discipline. He's been a German national champion 18 times, Max Levy. He is the darling of the Berlin 6-day. And we're underway. The penultimate Kieran to be raced. And Thomas Barbeck just having a little bit of an issue off the start. Put himself back up into the position that he's supposed to be, which is third behind the Derny. Using the Vespa tonight, we've had that a couple of times. With the Vespa, once or twice, I think, behind an actual Derny. And Anton Hörner at the back of the group, looking for a little bit of support, and the whistles that have been handed out to the crowd. Very loud and proud. 20 points on offer for the winner. And there's the former Kieran world champ, Big Max Levy. Trying to get the crowd up and about. He's a crowd favourite, Max. Slowly building them up to speed. The bike comes off with 3 laps to go. They'll come around now to get 5 to go. So still a couple of laps behind the bike. Not much to do until that bike can come off. Thomas Barbeck leads through from the Czech Republic. He's 32. Same age as Max Levy. A 24-year-old German champion, though, with a little bit of a headbutt to the ribs. That's Max Dornbach on the outside. headbutt sounds bad, looks bad, but it's not very effective in reality. 3 laps to go, the bike's out of the way, and Anton Hörner, the 19-year-old, he's a 1,000-metre time trial specialist. Here comes Momo, training partner of Hörner. So Momo, he leads through with 2 laps to go. Look over the shoulder in the orange jersey from Barbeck, and here comes Max Levy. 3 wide though, he's been forced right up the track though from Barbeck, so Barbeck in the orange comes through. Oh, underneath is the Indian that's gone onto the wheel of Barbeck. So Albin powers around the outside of Barbeck. Can this be an upset? Probably the upset of the week, it will be. Esau Albin glued onto the back wheel of Thomas Barbeck. The fight between Barbeck and Max Levy cost them too much energy, and that was all was needed for the youngster from India to come across to get the win. So you can see here, as Max Levy's pushed wide, that's wasted his energy. Thomas Barbeck, he's already spent by this point because he's been fighting against Max. So coming out of the slipstream, the pocket rocket from India, Esau Albin. So tactical, the Kirin. It's not just about pure speed. You've got to get it right tactically, and that's exactly what the youngster was able to do. Bit of a wheelie to finish things off. 18-year-old junior world champion. 3 medals from the Junior Worlds last year. They were in Frankfurt on the new velodrome. So Esau Albin ahead of Thomas Barbeck, Max Levy, then the Red Baron Anton Hörner, Max Dornbach, the German sprint champ, in Sing Shea. Momo finished in 6th, and Owen Mullen down in 7th. So a great little inspirational ride there from Esau Albin. He really looks comfortable on the bike. I've been quite impressed by the youngster. He's only 18, based in Delhi in India, and he's getting so much experience here to beat the likes of Barbeck and Levy.
Esau, that's some acceleration you've got.
Good. Yeah, also.
And even when you're out of breath now, even when Thomas Barbeck won 2 days ago, you came very close to him. So even though you're still a junior in this great company, you're defending your own and looking very good indeed. How does it feel?
Yeah, he really good rider, and carrying all about the tactics. So I tried to from the 4 days my best. So today I did my best in carrying, and I'm so happy.
Good, and we're happy for you too. He saw a great show. Well done.
Thank you.
Certainly a happy chappy, Esau Albin. So Max Levy still with a comfortable lead, 243 points. Thomas Barbeck sits in 2nd. Max Dornbach in 3rd. Anton Hörner. So still a good little battle though between 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but in particular 3rd and 4th, the 2 Germans, Dornbach and Hörner. 183 points to 175, and the rest Alban in his Shea and Owen down in 7th place. But a real battle to be the 3rd rider on the podium tomorrow night. He'll be back for the Worlds in 4 weeks. Straight out of the under-19 category and still doing very well. Not very tall, but you can see the muscular stature of Esau Albin. Under-19 world champion in the team sprint. Picked up the silver medal in the sprint, and he was 3rd in the Kirin at the Junior Worlds. 1st in the Kirin here at the Berlin 6-day on the 5th night. That finishes things for the men's sprinters tonight. We'll have the women's sprinters that'll come out in just a moment. Max Levy wasted too much energy on the outside. Thomas Barbeck, well, he'd wasted energy fighting against Max Levy to get into that last lap in the lead, and that was to the advantage of the young man from India. Esau Albin Went pretty wide coming into the finishing straight, but he did get that extra acceleration coming from high on the track. And he does like popping a mono. Will stand across the line for Isor Albin. It's been a big 5 days for the youngster. One more day to go. One more sprint race to come, and it will be the elite women. Emma Hinze, she leads the way in the overall classification. Pauline Grabosch sits in second. We had Pauline up here doing the commentary before. We'll see how she goes in this next one. She won the sprint against Emma Hinze in the last race. This is different. 6 riders on the track, as we just saw. Gets a lot more messy. 3 Germans, first, second and third. Leah Friedrich sits in third place. Then it's the 19-year-old from Poland, Sibiak. Hetty the Rocket van der Voot, and Miriam Velter, the former world champ. This is the overall leader, Emma Hinze. Lines up down the bottom of the track. 6 riders. There were 7 for the men, 6 riders for the ladies. Top of the track, 6 times a world champion, come out of retirement just to put on a show for us. Miriam Velter, good luck in your next career as a police officer. It's a fantastic cycling career at the age of 33. This is Nikola Sibiak from Poland, getting a lot of experience, the 19-year-old. They're doing very well. So the 19-year-old youngster coming through from Poland on the right. The veteran that has gone into retirement, Miriam Velter. Hetty van der Waal in the pink colours on the left. There's Pauline Grabosch, winner of the sprint competition. Leah Friedrich in the orange colours. And Emma Hinze, our general classification leader, fastest sprinter in the time trial. So outright speed, you give the advantage to Emma Hinze. So both Emma Hinze and Pauline Grabosch are medalists at the World Championships in the last 2 seasons in the team sprint for Germany. And along with Leah Friedrich, those 3 riders are the ones that are looking to take the places of Miriam Velter and Christina Vogel, with both those riders retiring. The nervous moments before a Kieran start. Christian Dagnoni comes through. First rider onto the back of the Vespa will be Emma Hinze. Germany, 1, 2, 3. Hinze, Friedrich, and Grabosch. Hetty van der Waal. There's Friedrich. Grabosch. Van der Waal. And then it's Sibiak. And Miriam Velter, the back of the group. Points on offer for the overall class. A 33-year-old Olympic champion sitting in 6th position. The white shorts, the green jersey, Miriam Velter. She's won the World Team Sprint Championship 4 times, the 500-metre time trial twice, hasn't trained for 6 months, and is certainly feeling the effects of that. She's happy just to get around. And with the bike coming off, it's now Emma Hinze, very slow speed. First move that's coming is from Sibiak. Miriam Velter has gone with her. And while they're all looking at Emma Hinze, the gap has opened up a little bit. So 2 laps to go. And everyone was expecting Emma Hinze to do the chasing. You can see the 3 riders behind looking at each other. And we've got the 3 right out in front, Sibiak, Velter and Van der Waal. Sibiak leads into the bell lap. It's Miriam Velter that comes over the top, the former world champion. She hasn't been training, but she was taken to the front by Sibiak, and Velter should be able to hold on from here. Van der Waal trying to come over the top. What a great way to go out for Miriam Velter, the former world champ. She was glued to the back wheel of Nicola Sibiak. And while the top 3 sprinters were looking at each other, the gap opened up. They didn't even contest the sprint at the end. They knew they were too far behind. So Miriam Velter wins the Kieran on the penultimate night here at the Berlin 6-Day. And you can see it here. Sibiak goes, Miriam Velter glued to the wheel. Everyone was waiting for Emma Hinze to do the chasing. She didn't care in the end. Hetty Van der Waal, the 21-year-old from the Netherlands, she came over the top to finish 2nd. But it was a win to Miriam Velter. Great to see the rainbow bands up at the pointy end. It's been a shock to the system for Miriam this week. This is the 2nd day of racing. And having not trained for so many months, it really has been a tough 2 days for Miriam. So Miriam Velter, German superstar, 6 times a world champion, tactically putting in a good ride to come away with the win ahead of Hetty Van der Waal. They can both thank Nicola Sibiak. She was the one that attacked early, and while Friedrich and Grabosch were looking at Hinze, Miriam was able to come away to get the win. So great to have the 6-time world champion coming out of retirement to put on a show. I'm sure her legs are absolutely stinging with no training in the legs. Matt can have a chat to her and ask her that question right now.
Miriam, big smile. That went pretty well. And what a great noise in here when you came across the line.
Yeah, it's amazing. The spectators here supporting me and pushing me so hard. I think I had a perfect back wheel today. The legs feel much better than yesterday. I think they remember what to do for going fast.
Wonderful stuff, and you've got a lot of good sprinters behind you. They're left in your wake, and you come across the line and take it. Your first win so far?
Yeah, it's the first win. We'll see what happens next. I think now they are maybe a little bit more awake for tomorrow. But yeah, all the other girls are so fast and so good, and I think we'll see a lot of good results from them at World Championships next month.
Wonderful, wonderful, Miriam. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Relying a little bit on muscle memory, Miriam Velter, and so far working okay. So tactically a great ride, and that's why she was able to come away with that win. Still down there in last place in terms of the overall classification. And it's Emma Hinze from Leah Friedrich, Pauline Grabosch, 1, 2, 3 for Germany as it stands at the moment. And young Polish rider, the 19-year-old Sibiak, sitting there in 4th place ahead of Van der Waal. We can just see the presentation on the start-finish line to Miriam Velter, and that means we have one more big race to come tonight, the 5th night of racing here at the Berlin 6-Day, and it will be the 30-minute Madison Chase. And unfortunately, there'll be 2 teams not in the final chase. 2 riders have been neutralised, and while we're just watching Miriam Velter do her presentations, we'll have a quick look at how she was able to come away with that win. It was Sibiak that went very early, and And that dragged Miriam Velter with her down the back straight, over the top. Nettie van der Waal from the Netherlands. Glued to the wheel of Miriam Velter. But a good ride from Miriam, the former world champ. She's off to be a policewoman now for her second career, 33-year-old. She's had such a stellar cycling career and a great personality. She will be missed from the peloton, that is for sure. So Miriam Velter wins the Kirin ahead of van der Waal. And then Sibiak, the 19-year-old Polish rider, sitting in third. And the top three contenders basically neutralising themselves in that Kirin. So one big race still to come tonight, 30-minute Madison Chase. And Team 4, unfortunately, neutralised for the second night this week with Kirsten Thiele having some illness issues. So it's unfortunate for Henning Bommel and Kirsten Thiele to not be in that race, but it's to our advantage because that means, Henning, you get to come up and join me to do the commentary for this final Madison Chase. You enjoyed it the other night when you were up here.
Yeah, it was really nice to sit next such a, how to say, good. Oh, you're one of the best experts I know, and I was thinking about, when did you race your last race here in Berlin exactly? Tell me.
15 years ago or something.
Yeah,
so I'm thinking 2003 or 4 or something like that.
I would say it could happen that we have raced. My first one was your last one.
It could have been.
I would say. So yeah, as I was like an upgrowing rider, I was following your racing. So, and that was really fun for me to sit next to you. And I was following you also on the English Eurosport sometimes. So cool.
And now we get to have a bit of a chat and commentate together. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, let me say one thing to Miriam Velter. So I was having a nice talk to Christina Vogel some weeks ago, and I was telling her, Miriam, you know, she was always the mother of the group, mother of the national team. It's like no risk, nothing special. Everybody knew what she's going to do. And once in her life, she was surprising everybody, stopping her career just close to the Olympics. And I talked to her here for the press conference before the 6th day, and I was telling, what happened? Why are you stopping now? She was winning the national titles, and you know that we have with Hinze, Friedrich, Grabosch, we have like the world best women sprinters. So, and she said, I'm just burned. I'm just out. I'm no energy, no power. So I felt like it's time.
Oh, that's fair. She's retired on her terms when she wanted to, which is a good thing, rather than slowing down and then being told by a coach that maybe it's gone. Now we're coming into the last race of the night. This is the 30-minute Madison Chase, and coming into it, the overall classification, Morgan Knaisky and Theo Reinhardt, as we've seen all night, up on top there. So teams 1, 3, 7 and 15 on the lead lap, but a cluster of teams 6 laps behind. And as we go further down, it's the Australians that won the opening Madison tonight ahead of Arne Birker-Molse and Anders Finbo. Team 23 have jumped ahead of Team 14. That's only happened in these last couple of races. There's Theo Reinhardt, the World Madison champion. Won the last 2 editions of the World Madison title, riding alongside Morgan Knaisky, 3-time former Madison World champ. So 5 titles between them. On paper, you'd say it's impossible to beat them, but the top 4 teams, it's so close. It's going to be a great race right down to the very end.
I haven't seen the first chase. You can tell me more. So it has to be. I think it was a very tactical race, right?
It was attacked. So it was, as we were talking about the other night when you were up here, the race within the race. You had the race between the top 4 teams, and then the middle of the classement. They were all being neutralised. So the top 4 teams would go on the attack, they'd cover each other, they'd come back, and there were multiple attacks in that opening Madison tonight, but everything got shut down by the teams that were close to those teams that attacked on the overall classification. That was to the advantage of the Australian pairing. Team 12, with about 18 laps to go, seized the moment, went on the attack, nobody chased, and they were the only team to take a lap.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I have to excuse
What were you doing? Why weren't you here watching the Madison earlier tonight?
No, I was
having dinner.
No, Mr. Hall, I was telling you that he is not in best shape in comparison to Josh Harrison, but as we could see, he won the points race on Saturday, and this was like impressive win. He was really strong. So
he went deep.
Yeah.
He went really deep.
So I think he was still struggling the first 2 days just from the travel, and was a bit tired maybe with the jet lag and everything. But now he's good in shape. That's fitting also to their win tonight.
This is the 29th race of the week. Total of 34, 30-minute Madison, and 29 races in the legs, Henning Bommel. And it starts to bite when you get deep into the 6 days. And we've already just started, and there's the first attack. We've seen Team 7. They did this in the opening Madison tonight. They got shut down each time they did it, but very early in the race, also yesterday, they were going on the attack, trying to get themselves on the front foot. And this is Oliver Wolf. He's dragged Team 24, I think it is, with them. And that has immediately caused a reaction from team number 3. Only one lap was gained by one team in the opening Madison tonight, and already in the second Madison, deep into the night, they're getting tired, and it's the big teams that have gone on the attack. Nasty way to start the final Madison of the night, Henning.
I'm just watching right now. So normally
we brought you up here to talk. It's not just to watch from a better position up in the stands.
Yeah, I see the riders are really nervous. So normally you see now Mark Hester, he's having the experience. He's waiting now for the other 2 teams, because it's if you're attacking, it's really important to attack hard, because if you have already a gap, nobody would be able or interested to chase you. But if you stay close to the field, there's still the chance that somebody says, "Oh, I hang on this group." So they had already a big gap to the field, but they were still going so hard that the Russians and the team number 3 couldn't close the gap. So that speaks for really high ground speed.
4 teams together off the front, 2 of them big contenders for the overall title. And that's Team 3 and Team 7. They have been joined by Team 11 and also Team 24. Now, when the attack went, Team number 1 of Reinhardt and Kanaisky were sitting in last position in the peloton. So the gap opened up really quickly. And that was unfortunate for Team number 1. So to expect a move from them sometime soon to get themselves back on the same terms with teams 7 and team number 3. There has been an attack that has gone. We can see the change there from Marino de Pauw into Wim Strottinger. And already the next group of 4 has gone off the front. So this is a real challenge. This is putting team number 1 in a really awkward position with 27 minutes left to race.
Yeah, exactly. And now the next group is just like, let's say, small teams. None of the top 4. So Theo Reinhardt is keeping the ground speed high at the front of the peloton. So number 4, number 14 and number 1, they are 1 lap back right now. Sorry, number 15, the Austrians.
Austrian team, they've got themselves in the overall classification, team 15 from Austria. They got enough points to get the extra bonus lap earlier in the night. That put them up onto the lead lap. So that cluster of 4 teams up on the lead lap, but we know they're not super fast. They're not going to be competitive in a sprint battle in the final chase. So team 15 need to keep on the lead lap and then be very aggressive to try and gain a lap if they want to go for the overall win.
Have you been on air already for the team elimination before?
Yep.
What do you say?
Team elimination's always tough. It's always interesting, isn't it? Theo Reinhardt, they missed a change. The second last elimination, Morgan Kanaisky was going to come in and didn't. And then Theo had to stay in for a little bit extra. And that made it really difficult for Theo. You could just tell with his body language. Finished second in that team elimination earlier tonight. But he really had to dig deep, Theo Reinhardt, the World Madison champion. So maybe feeling the effects of having to go a little bit deeper than he would have liked to. And in the meantime, those 4 teams gain a lap on the field. And immediately, the 2 teams that really had to go on the attack, teams 15 and 1, have done so. So that was the back of the group, gaining a lap, and this is the cluster of 4 now that have gone off the front. Andreas Müller down the back straight with Theo Reinhardt in the second position. There's Stephen Hall and also Stephen Bradbury. There's your 4 teams that have gone on the attack, and they have to get this lap now. They're part of that group at the bottom of the overall classification on the left-hand side of the standings that are 1 lap behind. 8 teams now up on the lead lap. We've started this race with 2 teams short, so team 4 and also the Polish combination team number 10 were unable to take to the start line. For team 10, it was a physical issue, some muscle fatigue and a injured back. For team 4, it was Kirsten Thiele, due to illness, unable to take to the start line. And that's to our benefit, because his teammate is Henning Bommel, who's sitting beside me now, talking us through what's going on.
Yeah, now that's what I said. They have half a lap gone, and now there's, I would not say slow down a bit, but they try to recover already on the lap. So it's important if you have half a lap, so you, I would say, like safe. And now they try to be fast, but no peaks, just like going smooth riding to reach the back of the field. So before you saw Andreas Müller was already having problems at the end of the group and big distances. But now it's gone. Lap win, so the number 15 and number 1 are back in 0.
So status quo in terms of the top 4 teams in the general classification, with teams 1 and 15 coming back onto the same lap as team number 7 and also the Dutch-Belgian combination team 3. This is now the lead group. Went on the attack immediately at that last group of 4. Got to the back of the peloton, and 12 teams now on the lead lap. It's only 24 and 31 that haven't gained a lap just yet, and both of those teams now are in this move, but they've also been joined by 13 and 17, so the British combination and also the team from the Czech Republic. So this is for the overall lead of this particular Madison. If they can get this lap, which they're well and truly half a lap up now, and teams 13 and team 17 will put themselves onto the lead lap. It'll be the first and second in the virtual standings of this particular Madison.
We had the 250-meter time trial, and now we have Monday, and now it's time to show what you can. So I was saying from the spectators area, as I saw like Fredericks and Hester riding 12.6, nobody can beat this. But then don't make the game without Strotinger and Depot, and they were riding the same time. I mean 12.6. If you break this down for 200 meters, it's 10.0 something. So this is really fast. So
quick for endurance riders.
And I know Theo Reinhardt was really disappointed with the performance from Morgan Kniesky. Yeah, so he was not happy. I could see that, especially like you told me the missed change in the team elimination. So
even sometimes the most experienced riders do make mistakes. That's the technical nature. So many variables within a Madison. So the lap has been gained by that group of 4. That puts 2 teams on the lead lap now. Team 13 and also team 17. They lead virtual. Another attack has gone though. It's another 2 teams that are a bit further down. The Irish combination, team 14, and also the Young Danes, team 23. So the top left there, 13 and 17. They're the 2 teams that have taken 2 laps. Both strong squads in that race for the middle of the classification order.
Yeah, now we have this, what we were talking 2 days ago. Now the big teams, the big 4, they don't care about win of the chase. Now it's just about the general. So that makes it possible for the small teams, if they're strong enough, to do their laps and also to be able to win a chase. So, and now it's going alone from the field, is going Mr. Bradbury. And as I was telling you 2 days ago, I was also speaking to him after the race. I like how active he's racing now here. He found his shape, and he's really ambitious.
Well, this is an ambitious move from team number 2. So there's our two teams out in front. Yep, they are about to come up to the back of the peloton. This is the next group, or the next team on the track. So there's our 2 leaders coming around in the same straight as the peloton. On the other side of the track, though, is team number 2. And it's so hard to take a lap on your own. So 23 and 14, just about to close onto the back of the peloton. And as they came down through the finishing straight there, you saw there was another little attack that had come off the front as well. So there on the top of the track, those 2 teams up there, that's including team number 1. There's your leaders. So 1 and 11. They're off the front of the peloton, trying to close in towards Bradbury and Latham. And we'll wait and see if this causes a reaction from the other 3 big squads.
Yeah, Chris Latham was, during the change, he was watching at Stephen Bradbury, like, what are you doing, man? But sometimes you need luck. If you're attacking and nobody's following you, you have to go alone. If you're not the one who's following, you have to hope that somebody's going with you. But so he was unlucky in that moment, and they had to suffer alone now.
And the 2 teams that are chasing, starting to come by now. So Latham was just about to come in. So here's Morgan Kanaiski. It's Chris Latham, Kanaiski, Chima. And those 3 teams will come together shortly. At the same time, they are starting to get close to the back of the peloton. It's team 15, the Austrians, and the 40-year-old. Chris Latham, there's Kanaiski and Chima. So it's starting to get a little bit messy now. The peloton, the gaps are starting to open up. Teo Reinhardt comes in. Kulikov from Russia also still haven't been able to get to team number 2. So Chris Latham and Stephen Bradbury, they've got to the back of the peloton. Lap gained by team 2. Next lap's about to come from teams 1 and 11. And out in front of the peloton is team 15. So the next of the big teams is already on the tack as we see Teo Reinhardt coming to the back of the field.
This lap win for Stephen Bradbury and Chris Latham from team number 13 was... Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not having the numbers. Team number 2, sorry. But this was costing a lot. You could see the face of Chris Latham. He was really done when he reached the end of the peloton. And you saw like Knaiski and the Russians, they were going together at the same speed. So this was costing a lot of power, a lot of energy.
7 teams now on the lead lap.
Look at this, my friend.
So we've got our 2 teams out in front. Team 15 and also Team 24. And there's been a big move from team number 7. So we're looking down the back straight. There's Andreas Muller. And he's trying to get round to the back of the peloton. But Team 7 absolutely flew out of the field.
Unbelievable.
Jumped across to these 2 teams that had already opened up a gap on the peloton. But Oliver Wolf was absolutely flying. We saw him doing the Madison time trial earlier on. It was a similar sort of speed that he was hitting then as he came out of the peloton to jump across.
Now it's, I will use your words, it's a mess. Look at this. Team number 3, they have to follow. If they want to stay in the game, they have to go now. They have no chance. And even if they're going alone, what they're doing now, because nobody from the rest of the field is able to follow right now. Nobody.
Mark Hester. There's our 2 leaders on the track at the moment, Team 32 and Team 15. This has been a hard-fought win. They're not quite there just yet, but coming in from behind them, this is the one. Oliver Wolf absolutely motoring, dragging those 2 teams around with him. And behind them is another move from team number 3, but they're all on their own.
Watch in the faces. You have to watch the faces. Here, Moritz Malczarek now leading the group. He's really, really suffering. In 4 weeks, he's going for the worlds here in the points race. So
lap gained by team 15. This is the next group now that includes team number 7, and popping around the corner, didn't quite come into view. Team 3, there they are. They go through the bottom of the screen. Team 3, the Dutchies, Tim Strottinger, and this is the Belgian rider Marino De Pauw. This is a big effort. They've missed the move when Team 7 went. So team number 3 now, absolutely desperate to try and get across to the Danes. And meanwhile, Teo Reinhardt and Morgan Kniaski sitting comfortably in the peloton, relaxing, recovering, and they could be able to take advantage from this. So Team 7 now bring themselves up onto the lead lap. So that was a tactically good ride from team number 7, the Danish combination. And this has really cost Wim Strottinger and Marino de Pauw having to take a lap all on their own at this sort of speed. Still not there though. They've still got a long way to get back to the peloton.
Yeah, that is what I was telling you before, that as you know exactly, he's going like on the high-speed level, but without peaks. But now, how he's speeding up? Because he knows, he sees that the speed on the lead on the peloton is going up. So it's better to go now with a short sprint, to close the gap, and be in the slipstream instead of suffering much more laps.
Well, the winners of the opening Madison, team number 12, have attacked off the front. So Josh Harrison have gone. They are on their own though. And it's been a hard-fought lap win. Not quite there yet, but it should come soon. Marino de Pauw. This is his last ever 6-day race here in Berlin. Going into retirement. And if he has to do that too many more times, lap gain on their own like that, I think he'd be quite happy in retirement. That was a hard one for Team 3.
Absolutely. But now it's like, you see, everybody is like already, everybody here on the track was on the limits in this chase for at least one time. So now it's a bit slowing down now. Now everybody's happy that the Australians, nobody is interested in what they are doing right now. So everybody is satisfied with the situation. So like it's like a short break. A needed break, definitely.
Perhaps a needed break. So the neutralisation, or the neutralising of each other has brought everything back to a status quo. It's only the one team that hasn't been able to gain a lap on the field to come up onto the lead lap, and that's the winners of the opening Madison chase, team number 12. They're doing it now, though, in the same straight as the peloton. So Josh Harrison, he's about to change to Stephen Hall. Hand up onto the bars for balance. And there's the sling. So Hall off the sling, straight onto the back of the field. And that puts everyone up onto the lead lap now.
So we see team number 15, Andreas Müller, Andreas Graf, they are sitting comfortable on the back of team number 7. So, and I think it could happen that they are going to attack soon. If not, they can just sit and relax and wait.
Well, in that little scramble period that we had, we know that Team 3 really had to dig deep. Team 7, also a big acceleration out of the peloton to chase after Team 15. And that was all because Team number 1, the world champion Teo Reinhardt, had already gone onto the lead lap. So in the last 5 minutes or so, the team that probably had the most comfortable period was team number 1. So Teo Reinhardt and Morgan Kniaski. So that's how we came into this chase in the overall classification. Still fairly close on points, only 9 points between the top 2. Hestra and Wolf, they'll get some pretty handy points once we have the second half of the Madison time trial tomorrow. No points added after tonight's time trial because it was only half the peloton that got to compete. So that'll bring them up a little bit. They're only 2 points behind Strottinger and de Pauw. And we know that Graf and Muller, they're a fair way down on points now. They'll be looking to get a cheeky lap somewhere in that final chase. They just need to keep themselves on the lead lap going into the final day.
Very nice to see. Now, what I told you, they need air now. They need air. I mean, they're still riding around 55 Ks.
And here comes the move. We just mentioned which team of the big contenders had perhaps the most comfortable period over the last 5 to 10 minutes. Well, it was team number 1, and that's why they've gone on the attack. They've waited till some of the other contenders are a little bit further back in the peloton. It's only team 3 that sits in second, and each Hennet swings up. And now it's Wim Strottinger on the front. We've just clicked over to 40 laps to go. So 10 minutes left to race, and it's Team 1 on the march. And the gap is starting to open up. The chase has started from team number 3, but it's only one of the other contenders that have gone to the front of the peloton. So this is an arm wrestle between two teams. Team 7, Team 15, they're sitting in the wheels recovering, while team number 1 is trying to steal a lap. Team number 3 doing all the heavy lifting to try and stop that from happening.
Yeah, this is just the result, what is happening. What I was telling, they need air. They keep the speed high in the front of the peloton, but then when they have enough air, they're starting to attack. And this was exactly to expect. So team number 1 was the first which take the opportunity, but here you see team number 3 still taking high the speed on the front of the peloton, really high. Moreno de Pau is chasing hard.
And the gap hasn't opened up. It opened up really quickly to start with off the attack of Teo Reinhardt. For Team 3, they haven't asked for any help. They just want to make sure that they neutralise team number 1. They also then have to think about what's going on with team number 7 and also team 15. They're sitting back in the peloton, in the wheels, in the slipstream, saving energy. Niels Weisfenning sitting in second position, and he's not going to give him Strottinger any help. There's no need. Why does he bother for that? He's further down the classification. So about a quarter of a lap in front. The big favourites, the most credentialed of the Madison teams here. 5 Madison World Championships shared between Morgan Knaisky and Teo Reinhardt, and the experienced 6-day specialist Wim Strottinger from the Netherlands. He's on the front of the peloton. He'll be looking for Marino de Pau. Here he is, about to make the change. Marino, that's going into retirement. If you're thinking maybe he should have done it last week, this is a bit hard. Sprint coming up, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. And you can see the facial expression there of Marino. He's one of the more liked riders in the peloton. He will be sadly missed when he does go into retirement. But I tell you what, it's going to be a hard final week of work for Marino de Pau. They'll come around to get 31 laps to go. 5, 3, 2 and 1 points on offer. And it is team number 1 that'll lead them into this sprint lap. Team 3 trying to close them down the back straight. The change comes with Wim Strottinger. And you can see the little jiggy from Wim as he's trying to get up to the wheel. It'll be 5. No, it won't. It'll be 3 points for Teo Reinhardt because Wim Strottinger came over the top to pick up the 5. So that was a massive effort from these two teams. Wim Strottinger gets the 5 points. 3 points will go to team number 1. Niels Weisfenning comes across to finish in third with 2 points. Then it's team 17 with the 1. And immediately off the big effort that those teams, two teams did, we're waiting for it. Team 7, Team 15, they had a comfortable ride while that fight was happening in front before.
This is going to be very exciting now. So 2 teams. Who can chase these 2 teams? I would say nobody, because number 1, they have been out for 10 laps for their solo try, and team number 3, they were chasing from the front. So normally this is going to be the next lap what we are going to see, I think. What do you think?
Well, there's only coming around to get 26 laps to go, so there might only be enough time for 1 more lap to be taken. But just the battle that we saw between these teams on the front, Team 3 and Team 1, they've come to the front of the peloton. They were fighting against each other before. Now they realise they have to come together to try and neutralise this move from Team 7 and 15. They've got the fresher legs. They were sitting in the peloton while the fight was happening between these 2 squads. And I tell you what, this is seriously dangerous in terms of the overall classification.
You can see how high the speed is. At the end of the peloton, or the end of the field, there are always big holes, and the riders, the teams, they have to close always the holes because the speed is so constantly high on the top. So that's a bad position, and you cannot do anything. If you are there in the back, you are fixed there. You just can hope that somebody is slowing down in the front.
You can see that Morgan Knaisky looking across the track. You'll see that the other 2 squads are more than half a lap ahead now. So while teams 1 and 3 were fighting each other, The advantage has immediately gone to teams 7 and 15. We knew 15 would attack. We knew they had to try to attack. They're not going to be in the mix if they're going to try and have it a sprint battle. They need to get a lap gain over the other squads. And then to go with Team 7, they've been so strong. Mark Hester, the experienced Dane, riding with this young gun, Oliver Wolf. Such a strong combination. And it really is two teams racing against the other two. And they're almost in the same straight now. This is a massive moment in terms of the overall classification. Coming into the last night, Team 7 and Team 15 looking to go on to the lead lap. They want to distance themselves from Theo Reinhardt, also Wim Strottinger. So the facial expression of Morgan Kniaski there really starting to struggle.
I was watching the heart rate from Andreas Müller, so he's 40, and I can tell you his maximum heart rate is 180, so he was, at the end of his effort, he was 175, so this is massive, digging deep.
Well, what a tactical battle that was. Team 15 and Team 7 putting themselves ahead of everyone else. That is a massive moment in the Berlin 6-day. They took advantage of the fight between the other two top teams. And once that all came back together, whack, over the top. Team 7 and Team 15, look at that. They put themselves up onto the lead lap, just those two squads. There's only 15 laps to go. There's not enough time for another team to take a lap, surely. Double points on the final sprint, 10-6, 4 and 2. But then for the Madison battle here tonight, the final race of the 5th night of the Berlin 6-day, it looks like it's going to be a race between teams 15 and team 7. And they'll take that lap advantage into the final night. That's what's significant.
Yeah, for this situation, we were waiting. So from the beginning, there were only 4 teams on the first day, on the second day, on the third day. So now on the 5th day, situation changed. So we have 2 and 2. 2 teams on the front and 2 teams, they have to do something tomorrow.
Well, it really does make it a very interesting final night. Really have turned the race on its head. It looked like it was 4 squads that were going to go into the final night racing each other. And now we have teams 15 and 7 that have separated themselves from the other 2 big favourite teams, Team 1 and Team 3. 11 laps to go.
I'm curious about the data after this chase, but this was massive ground speed, massive ground speed. So I could watch the faces here on the screen. Like, I'm really curious what the riders are going to say afterwards, but I know already.
There's a particular English word that I think might get used by a few of the riders. A couple of different variations of that particular word that I won't say on air. And Mark Hester, he'll be pretty happy with himself. He's telling Oliver Wolf to just move further around on the track, getting themselves ready for this final sprint now. It is going to be a real battle. It's a race between teams 7 and 15. 8 laps to go. No one's willing to attack now. They know there's not enough distance left in the race to try and get back up onto that lead lap to go for the win. It's a race really between 15 and 7 now. And a real shock to the system for Theo Reinhardt and Wim Strottinger. Still sitting on 55 k's an hour for Graf as they make this changeover now. So Muller's come in.
Scott, I have to tell you something. I'm sweating like I was racing. No joke, really no joke. This is hard work here.
It's hard. Well, it's the nerves, isn't it? You know, there's so much going on. You're really focusing, trying to analyse. 6 laps to go. Oliver Wolf versus Andreas Müller. And there's a move now coming from Andreas Müller. So Wolf has gone straight with him, though. He knows exactly who he has to follow. And Müller, perhaps thinking he needed to get out in front to beat the speed of Oliver Wolf, but he was right there. They've separated themselves once more from the rest of the peloton. These are the 2 this final sprint, whoever crosses the line first will come away with the win. Graf still absolutely full gas. 10-6, 4 and 2. And in the box seat is Mark Hester in second position.
The field is exploding. Look at the field. It's just pops.
The acceleration. And he's not going to wait till the final sprint. Mark Hester's gone straight over the top of the attack. Straight into the back wheel of Oliver Wolf. And there's the change. Oliver Wolf's going to come away to get the win. This will be the 10 points. 1 lap to go now. Oliver Wolf is going to go all the way around to finish this one off. The aging legs of Andreas Muller, the 40-year-old. He won't be able to catch the young gun, the teenager from Denmark. What a win for team number 7.
Absolutely amazing. Brilliant, strong. What should we say?
It's not just a win for this Madison chase. That'll put them into the overall classification lead as they go into the final night of the Berlin 6-day. Massive race for team number 7, a teenager, Oliver Wolf, and the 34-year-old experienced rider in Mark Hester. Brilliant race by team 7 and a good position also for team 15, because that also puts them up in the second in the overall.
And Scott, you were talking about this. 2 laps to go. They were sitting perfect on the wheel, but Mark Hester didn't want to wait. He was overtaking team number 15, go in front, and said, we will go from the front. We will show we can go faster, and there is still something in the tank, so we're not waiting for the sprint. We're not waiting for the line. We want to demonstrate how strong we are.
Trying to send a message, aren't they? That's what it is. It's not just, in a lot of races, it's about just pipping people on the line to get there first, whereas sometimes here, it's a way of intimidating, really sending a message to say, hey, you guys are racing for second because we're the best. That's what Mark Hester and Oliver Wolf were trying to do then. 10 points for the final sprint. Only the 2 teams on the lead lap. So Hester and Wolf come away with the win ahead of Graf and Muller. Teams 3 and team 1, they pick up some points, but the big issue, they've lost the lap. It's a massive night. Takes us into the final chase, the final night of racing tomorrow night. We've got new leaders, and what a performance it was from these two, Hester and Wolf.
Mark and Oliver, there's the handshake, well deserved. What a performance that was. Well judged, really aggressive, really strong, Mark.
Yeah, it was a good moment. Number 1 and 3, they were really fighting each other. And yeah, we came a little bit from behind. That was a moment we were hoping to get tomorrow, but it happened today, so we have to grab it. And yeah, now we're in a good position. So we can't be any more happy.
It's going to be a great setup for tomorrow. Listen, just tell us, how did it feel coming around that corner, knowing that you've done the job absolutely perfectly with 1 day to go?
It's an amazing feeling. It really proves that the legs are still there, and the way Mark and I we raced the last chase here was to perfection. So hopefully we can do that again tomorrow to secure the win.
Congratulations to both of you. Well done. Fabulous.
Well, that was a massive way to finish off the 5th night. New leaders at the top of the leaderboard, Oliver Wolf and Mark Hester. So you can see 52.4% active, so 23 hand slings for the 30 minutes, but Oliver Wolf just spending a little bit more time in the race. It's so impressive, this deep into the 6-day. He's only a teenager, and the question was, could those legs last? And they certainly have so far, but with 1 night to go.
I was talking to him 2 days ago, and I said, you have been ahead of Mark. He was having 67 maximum speed, and Mark was having 66. So today he was having 69 maximum speed with the gear of 53.15. So no comments.
It's impressive stuff, isn't it? So we can see the Danes, team number 7, on the start-finish line, doing their final presentations. And by this point on the last lap, it was all said and done for team number 7. Mark Hester glued to the back wheel of team 15, banged over the top of them with a lap and a half to go. And then the change was made. Oliver Wolf blasted around that final lap to come away with the 10 points, the Madison win, and the lead in the overall classification. There will be some thinking and discussions to be had tonight after the race for teams number 1 and teams number 3 to see what they're going to do to get the better of part number 2, team number 7 from Denmark for tomorrow.
2 against 2, what will we see?
It could be a case of that, and I imagine if you're going for the overall win, we've got 2 teams on the lead lap going into the final night, but they'll probably want to battle themselves as well. Someone has to finish second. If you go into the final night on the lead lap with another team, do you just race for second, or do you try and work that other team over and go for the overall win? Teo Reinhardt, he won't lay down. We've seen how strong he's been this week.
Maybe we see 3 against 1.
It could be. So Mark Hester, the experienced man from Denmark, he has won the Copenhagen 6 before, but he doesn't have that many victories. But he's inspired by the youth of Oliver Wolf. He's so motivated now.
Absolutely.
That he has another Danish rider that's coming through.
He's very concentrated and very relaxed. He's normally not always relaxed, but here he's relaxed. And this makes him also very strong, I think. So that he's fast and his partner is even faster.
A little bit of insight there. You just mentioned that he's normally not relaxed, but he is here. So interesting to hear about Mark Hester perhaps being a little bit edgy in the past. But Andreas Müller, born in Berlin, rides for Austria. Could this be a dream finale for Andreas Müller? He's 40. It's his 20th edition in Berlin. Surely.
Yes, he's strong. He won already with Kenny de Ketelaere here, 2013 or 14. So he was on the podium several times, and his big goal are the Olympics in Tokyo. So he's on a good shape. I mean, he's having in 4 weeks. He's having the Worlds in his home also. So he has to be in shape for that. And if he can step on the podium, I think he's happy. But it's for me, they are not the favorites for tomorrow.
Certainly not the favourites, but the underdogs. And if they can do it tactically, take advantage of the fight between the other teams, it could happen for them. But for now, team number 7. Oliver Wolf on the left, Mark Hester on the right. Wow, they took advantage of a fight between the other big teams. And that's how quickly things can change. Reinhardt and Kaniski have been the dominant pairing all week. But look at them now. They've got a lot of work to do as we come into the final night. They are close to getting a bonus lap. That's the one way they might be able to get back onto the lead lap if they can get to 400 points. Likewise, Struttinger and De Pauw. But Team 7, they're only 20 points from getting another bonus lap themselves. So there's still so much to do coming into this final race. But for now, it's team number 7 that have done just what they want to put themselves in a great position to maybe go for the overall win.
But this is the biggest problem of team number 15, that they are not able to gain the lap via points tomorrow. So that's always their problem, because they're not the fastest. So all the other big teams are ahead of them, comparing in the points.
This is what is on offer for the final night here at the Berlin 6-Day. We will start with the 20-minute Madison chase. Then we'll go into the sprinters, the women first for their flying time trials. The men, team elimination, nasty way to start the final night of racing. And Madison, then a team elimination. And the second half of the peloton will do their Madison time trial. Derny race as well, the A final. So the top contenders, they come out. So what a tough night it is. A Madison to a team elimination to a Derny final, then a 60-minute final at the end of it all. So still so much can play out for the endurance events. The Kirans as well, back-to-back, the female sprinters into the male sprinters. And there's that final Madison chase. So there's still so much to do. A lot of racing still to come. It's going to be a massive final day here in Berlin. And the smile on the dial of Andreas Graf.
Good sign.
They really have done a fantastic performance to keep themselves well in contention. They are the veterans in terms of the combinations in the mix for the final podium. But hey, they've done everything they can to keep themselves close enough to maybe remaining following the win.
Well, that was day 5 of the 6-day Berlin, and what a day it was. It took a while to get going, but then Team 7, the Danish pair, looked absolutely fantastic with real speed, and the unbelievable Oliver Wolf, 19 years old, pulling off that final Madison. That puts Team 7 in the lead, and if it's our guest who's with us here tonight, Moreno de Pauw, on the back foot. Moreno, it was very tactical. There were lots of alliances being formed, breaking up. You did a fabulous lap, you and Wim on your own, got round, you looking very red-faced as you sometimes do, but the outcome of it all is that 7 and 15, two very strong teams. They've been there all week, and now they've got a lap on you.
Yeah, indeed. To begin with the red face, it's a good sign. So it's better having a red face, they always told me, than being all white and then I'm getting sick. So red, that's a good sign. And then yeah, we lost the lap. Theo and Morgan attacked with 40 laps to go, and I also said to Wim we can't let them go. I think they were our main opponents, and yeah, we chased them back full speed. With 30 laps to go, we got them back, and then we got counter-attack by the Danish guys and the Austrians. We tried to close the gap together with the world champions. Yeah, we don't want to lose a lap, but yeah, in the end it didn't work out. So we'll have to attack tomorrow.
And so, as you say, one day to go. A big 1 hour Madison, an earlier half-hour Madison. Where does it all change? Are you all just saving energy for that final event?
No, I don't think we can't save energy anymore. It's my last day. I'm going to go full gas from the beginning, and I'm going to tell to Wim to prepare him. And yeah, I think we have to attack already in the small chase. It's too important with 1 lap back. We have to try to take the lap back, and as you say, the big chase is 1 hour. So I hope in the end, yeah, then the big engines will hopefully come forward.
Well, there's no bigger engine than yours, Moreno, but you've been fabulous all week. Today's going to be the last day of your 6-day career. We're all going to be with you, watching, and we've enjoyed every minute of it so far. Got a big, big night ahead of us. Thanks for joining us now, Moreno. Let's just have a look around. I don't think there's anyone that we can talk to now. They're all heading off, so we're going to take a look at our race of the day, the men's elimination. Take a look at this.
Elimination lap this time. Graf, good endurance rider, but he has to sprint now. You can see, look at the speed. Oh, and they were going to make the change. Reinhardt thought he was going to change with Morgan Kanaisky. Oh, that was a dangerous moment for team number 1. 15 will be eliminated. He had to lead out to that final sprint. And as I said, Andreas Graf, not a pure sprinter. And Theo Reinhardt, he went to make the change to Morgan Kanaisky. Morgan stayed out because he thought it was going to be too late to do the change on that finishing lap. So that was a very dangerous moment for team number 1. Reinhardt did just enough to keep himself in, but it would be a huge effort. That would have cost him a lot of energy. And side by side, Reinhardt and Moreno de Pauw. Two of the big favourites for the overall victory. 1 lap to go. That was a tough one for Theo Reinhardt. Surely he's fatigued. He's had to stay in for an extra lap. And Moreno de Pauw with his retirement race here at the Berlin 6-day. And you can see how much it hurt Theo Reinhardt. That was a tough one. It's Moreno de Pauw with Wim Strottinger that get the team elimination win.
Well, it has been an incredible 5th night of racing here at the Berlin 6-day, and it does set up the final day
and everything was just turned right at the very end. Team 7 putting in a crazy performance to put themselves up in the overall classification. I am joined by Matt Bostock. Have a talk about how things went tonight. Matt, now you had a win. We'll have a talk about that in just a moment. But the overall classification, everything just flipped right at the very end. That looked like a very brutal Madison chase at the end.
Yeah, to be honest, I've not actually seen the results. I didn't know what was going on really. We were a bit stuck at the back and the pace was on for the last 40 laps or so. So yeah, for us it was more a case of just surviving and follow the wheels, and it is a big battle at the top and I'm sure it'll continue tomorrow.
So it's a little bit like that, is it? So when it's absolutely flat out and the big teams are just going, you're just looking at the wheel in front of you and you actually sometimes don't even see what's really happening in terms of the overall classification riders.
Yeah, they sort of have their own battle in the race, I guess. They've sort of gone off the top of the standings, and yeah, they're just that's a bit different in class, I guess, for them. They're much better six-day riders, and this is just what they're really good at. And for us, maybe more road riders or less experienced, it's a lot harder to get involved.
But Team 13, you had a great win tonight in the Dirty B final. So along with Tennant, your partner, did a great job. And we were talking in commentary, I was at Josh Harrison, whether it should have been Tennant or you that finished things off. You don't need the old guy to do it. The fresher legs, he came in, the youthful legs with a fantastic win.
Yeah, I was second the other night, so it was nice to get the win this time. And yeah, it was a really hard race. I think I was still last with 10 laps to go, so I didn't do it the easy way, but I was really happy with that.
How challenging is it knowing you've put in a big performance like that, you've got the bigger gears on the bike for the dirty race, knowing that there's still that 30-minute chase to come at the end? It's going to be pretty tough.
It can be really hard. I think it was 2 nights ago we had the Madison elimination, and we won that, and it was literally a case of coming back down, have a little drink, and then we were back up, and for like the first 10-15 minutes of the final chase, I was on my knees, to be honest. Went a bit deep in that elimination, and it's straight in, you don't get any rest, so that's that. But I think that's what 6 days is all about. It's just non-stop action.
So one night still to come. What are you expecting from the final night in terms of the overall classification? You don't have to worry about that now. You're a bit too far behind. There's still some races that you can go for, but from those top 4 teams, how do you feel that it might play out?
I'm not sure really. I think they don't know yet. They're pretty evenly matched, and I think the first chase tonight they marked each other out a bit, and I think they are all quite even, so it'll be interesting. Hopefully we can get involved and pick up a few points.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we know that Matt Rendell is with one of the teams that was a little bit behind tonight. They've been so strong all through the week, but Morgan Knaski and Taya Reinhardt, they've now find themselves 1 lap down going into the final night, and that's with Morgan.
Morgan Knaski, well, there was a key moment in that final Madison, about 40 laps to go. You and Teo darted off like bullets from the peloton, and then Team 3 just held you there and brought you back, and it meant you didn't get the lap you needed. That leaves you going into the final night 1 lap down.
Yeah, we tried to make the break before the final day. So the ideal solution was to make a fast attack at the end of the second chase. So we tried to make really strong attack at the beginning. So I think we have lost a little bit of speed. So and team 3 catch the gap to us, and the other team make the opportunity to make the attack and take a lap of us. So it's a game. If you want to gain, if you want to win a race, you must take some risk, and you have taken one. And okay, tomorrow is another day, and it's never finished.
And more risks tomorrow. There are still 4 teams in this, and it could go any way. What way is it going to go, Morgan?
Yes, all right. No, we will try everything. We're in a good shape, so we need a victory for the confidence. The World Championship are in 1 month now, so if we want to be 100% at the event, we must be 100% here and work a lot. So we will try everything.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Morgan, the best of luck. Well done tonight. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's going to be a big final night for team number 1. Matt, can you think the world champions can still get up for the win?
I think so. I was talking to them yesterday, and I know they're definitely really motivated, so yeah, I wouldn't bet against them anyway.
Absolutely. Well, it is a big final night. We went through the schedule earlier on. Let's have a look at exactly what it is on offer. They kick off with a 20-minute Madison chase. Then we're into the women's sprinters, the flying lap time trial. Same for the men. And then the endurance guys come straight back out for a team elimination. So two really tough ways to start the final night. Sprinters will come back to give the endurance guys a little bit of a rest to go into the sprint rounds. Then it's the flying lap time trial, and then the Derny A final. So another 60-lap Derny race before we see the Kirans back-to-back women's and men's as well. So for the endurance riders, there are so many tough races tomorrow. And of course, we finish with the 1-hour final chase, which is absolutely massive. It's going to be a really difficult night to finish things off. So much can still happen, as we saw how everything turned on its tables right at the very end today. So join us for what's going to be a thrilling final to the Berlin 6 Day. Who knows who's going to win? Make sure you tune in.